Commissioners, please make sure your microphones are on because of the new video, new talk. Thank you.
Are you ready? All right. You ready? I call this March 5th Commission meeting to order. Thank you for joining us. We have great seats in front, so yeah, we'd like to have more people here in front of us. Thank you for coming and joining us tonight, so we can go through the items before the commission. I'd like to consider the minutes for the February 5th meeting. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
I'll second.
Motion made and properly seconded. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I abstained because I was not at the meeting.
All right. You can approve as recorded. Ella, would you please read the public hearing procedure?
Yes. An individual requesting to be heard on a matter related to the purpose of the hearing must be recognized by the chair before addressing the board or commission. Upon rising to speak, the speaker must identify himself, herself, and furnish a home or business address before proceeding with any comments or remarks. The commission will allow the proponents a total of 10 minutes to speak in support of an application. Opponents will also be allowed 10 minutes to speak in opposition. Comments are accepted first from the applicant, followed by persons speaking in favor, and then from those in opposition. Upon conclusion of any opposing comments or presentations, the chair will allow the applicant to offer a rebuttal if any time is remaining the original allotted 10 minutes, and the chair has discretion to add additional time if he wants to. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 items to consider tonight. The last two on the agenda, PH-2604 Unified Development Code text amendments, have been deferred by staff, and MP 26-05, that is Empire Old Milton Parkway, has been deferred also, so they're not going to be considered here tonight. The first item was deferred by the board last month. That's MP-26-01/CU-2601 Spirit of God Church, Windward Master Plan, Pod 16. And Michael, you're up.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The first item before you this evening is a request from Spirit of God Church. This item was presented at the February 5th Planning Commission meeting. At that meeting, there were 2 public comments in opposition with concerns over parking, compatibility of the church use with existing buildings, and security concerns. After discussion, Planning Commission deferred the request to the March 5th Planning Commission meeting. Want to give you an update on what has occurred since the last presentation of this item. But before I do that, just briefly, just want to describe the request. Request is from Spirit of God Church requesting a master plan amendment and conditional use to operate a church synagogue in an existing 18,000 square foot office industrial building. A master plan amendment is requested to the Windward Master Plan Pod 16 to add church synagogue as a conditional use, and a conditional use is requested to allow Spirit of God Church to operate a church at this location. And I have the location map on the overhead. This property is located at 145 Noble Court.
We cannot see it.
Oh,
There you go.
you good now? Okay. Since the February 5th Planning Commission meeting, we have worked with both the applicant as well as some of the surrounding property owners. Those property owners that spoke at the last Planning Commission meeting set up a meeting with me, identified a few issues within the applicant's application and our staff report. As a result, I made a commitment to them to go back out to the property. Specifically, they wanted me to look at the parking. So the applicant provided a site plan in the application, which is this site plan here. I inadvertently, in the previous February 5th staff report indicated that there were 64 parking spaces on the property. There are actually 62 parking spaces that are striped on the property. The applicant also had pointed out that the original LDP, land disturbance permit, for when this site was developed, had a lesser number of parking spaces on the site. And I did confirm that the property owner or past property owners did stripe additional parking spaces on the property. Looks like these parallel parking spaces in the curve of this curve right here were added. A couple of parking spaces were added where the loading dock is currently on site. And then these 3 parking spaces here were actually a backup for a truck to be able to back out of here. So I did make some changes to the conditions, and I'll address those when I go through the conditions to account for all that. But the bottom line is the report has been updated to reflect that there are 62 parking spaces on the site currently, and that the church should be limited to no more than 124 seats in order to comply with our parking ratio for a church. Also, I just wanted to document the public feedback that we've received since the last meeting, or at the last meeting and since the last meeting. We have received a number of correspondence from surrounding properties with concerns over insufficient public notification, church use conflicts with the Windward Business Center Association covenant conditions and restrictions, negative impact on surrounding property values, security concerns, a belief that there's insufficient parking for church, concerns about overflow parking from the church onto surrounding properties, and then letters from the attorneys representing the surrounding properties noted irregularities and errors in the applications, the applicant's application and in the staff report. Then, of course, Windward Business Center Association wrote you a letter prior to the last meeting asking you to defer the item to give more time for the property owners to review the applicant's request. And with that is the update on this application. It is my understanding that the applicant you also asked the applicant to meet with the adjacent property owners. It's my understanding that they did invite them to recent worship service out at the church. I'll let the applicant describe that meeting and who attended, but I do believe there was an invitation, and I believe that at least one of the property owners did attend that meeting. With that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request subject to 10 conditions, and since there have been some changes to the conditions, I'll go back through those. Condition 1, church synagogue shall be added as a conditional use in Pod 16 of the Windward Master Plan. 2, church synagogue shall be an approved use at 145 Noble Court with a maximum seating capacity of no more than 124 seats. in the primary sanctuary of the church. 3, there shall be no church synagogue permitted on the subject property except for church synagogue operated by Spirit of God Church, Inc. In the event that a church synagogue is not operated by a Spirit of God Christian Church, then the city may initiate appropriate application to terminate the conditional use permit for said operation and any zoning condition amendments consistent with such action. And the city shall comply with all necessary procedural requirements of the city's Unified Development Code and the state zoning procedures law. Condition 4, there shall be no daycare center or academic school operated on the property. Condition 5, in an effort to avoid traffic and parking conflicts between the church's operations, office industrial tenant operations on the subject property, and business operations on surrounding and nearby properties, the church's primary worship services in the sanctuary shall be limited to Saturday and Sunday. Additional weekday church activities, except for the operation of church administrative offices and minor worship and church activities, shall be scheduled at 5 p.m. or after, if needed to avoid conflict with parking and traffic constraints to maximum extent practicable. Nothing contained herein shall preclude special events such as Easter, Christmas, or other seasonal activities or worship services. Condition 6, if the existing loading dock will be utilized, the 2 parking spaces in the loading dock area and the 3 parking spaces directly south of the loading area shall be marked with signage stating no parking on the weekday, as approved by staff. Condition 7, property owners shall replace missing landscaping such as trees and parking lot tree islands if there are no utility conflicts, as approved by staff. Condition 8, church applicant shall hire an off-duty officer to control traffic if required by the city due to traffic impacts during services. Condition 9, dumpster shall be located in a masonry enclosure with opaque metal gate with final approval by staff. That condition was added because there is a dumpster located in one or more of these parking spaces at the rear of the site. It's been removed from the enclosure, so we just added that condition 9. In condition 10, outside speakers shall be prohibited. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions?
I have a quick question, Mr. Woodman. In the last hearing, we heard a bit about the Wynwood Business Association and their covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And I just want to validate my understanding. It's also referenced in the packet. From where I sit, that association, is allowed to have their covenants, restrictions, and conditions, but is it relevant to what we're trying to decide here tonight as a commission relative to a zoning decision?
So we do not enforce HOA or property management covenants, so that's not something that the city has on file. We're not responsible to enforce those, so it is not part of what we are looking at this evening.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'll ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation. Nice to see you again. Please state your name and address for the record.
Pastor Randall Knight, Spirit of God Christian Church, 7197 Bellcrest Drive, Duluth, Georgia 30097 is my address.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, I stand before you as the pastor of Spirit of God Christian Church, and we've done everything that the city of Alpharetta has asked us to do, and we've done it the way you've asked us to do it. This last meeting when we were here, you asked us to set up times to meet with them. We did that immediately, set up times. They did not respond as far as meeting with us. They did not meet with us during the month that they were given. We even went as far as to extend an invitation to worship service, which is not the same as sitting down having a meeting about our space and what we plan to do. But we still extended that invitation to the Wynwood Business Group, and only one person attended worship. Again, we've been, since that last time, we have now been in the city of Alpharetta for 22 years and been in good standing. That's why I personally find it extremely disrespectful to us as a church for them to have security concerns about us. And to raise that is something else. But again, we were willing to sit down, to meet with them, to talk with them, to ease any of their concerns, but they were unwilling to meet with us as instructed by you. But as instructed by you, we extended the invitation to not only meet, but even to worship with us. That's really all I'm going to say at this point. We have others who will speak, and you all heard a lot from me last time.
Okay, we appreciate it, and we'll ask for public comment at the appropriate time, but if the board has questions, this is the time you can ask the applicant. Any questions from anybody?
I'll have one question. So, Pastor, I just wanted to ask you a question about the parking, and you spoke eloquently about that at the last meeting, but I just wanted to confirm that you're on the same page with what Mr. Woodman said about parking, that there are 62 spaces today, and that translates to a sanctuary number of seats not to exceed 124. Are you on the same page with that?
Yes, we will adhere to, as we have done for 22 years, we will adhere to everything the city of Alpharetta asks of us. We've been made fully aware that even before we submitted the application, we would not have taken the church's money and submitted an application if we weren't going to adhere to it.
Thank you.
Coming up behind me will be a city of Alpharetta resident, Minister Darrell Thompson, who's also a long-term member of our congregation.
All right, how are we doing time-wise?
We have 8 minutes 50, I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm sorry, I got that wrong because that doesn't look right to me. 8 minutes, 57 seconds.
So I put you on the spot. I'm going to open this for public comment.
Good evening, Commissioner, and Commission members, I guess you could say. My name is Darrell Thompson. I am a 13-year resident of the city of Alpharetta and proudly residing in the Windward Homeowners Association. I've been a member of Spirit of God that entire time. I visited a number of churches when my wife and I moved here from Los Angeles. We visited North Point, which was a fine church, Alpharetta Presbyterian, which was a fine church. But we settled on Spirit of God because of the community and the people that are members there, and we find that to be a very welcoming environment. I do want to point out one thing, because it was the first time I ever heard that there was a potential security issue, that our pastor's son-in-law is actually a fine member of the Alpharetta City Police Department, and he is in attendance almost every Sunday unless he's working elsewhere. But we have procedures in place, as most churches and synagogues do now because of the situations that are current in the world. I'll be very, very brief in just saying that our community, our church has been a pillar in our community for 22 years, as Pastor mentioned. We provide food to local pantries like the North Fulton Charities. We offer youth programs that instill excellence in our children and teens, and we always offer assistance for our neighbors in need. Approving this purchase isn't just a real estate decision, it's an investment in the fabric of our city. The proposal has been submitted properly to you, been reviewed, and I'm told that there has been some recent opposition, which I'm not sure why, because we are a small community church that get along with our neighbors. We always strive, again, for excellence in everything we do. That's the reason I'm here, just asking that we continue to serve as a beacon of light in our hopefully new building, that we will welcome all of our neighbors, and we will generate positive community activity to strengthen the character of that neighborhood. I respectfully ask the commission now to honor this process and affirm your decision on approving the building purchased by Spirit of God. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in favor?
I don't have anyone else.
No one else?
Looks like we have one.
Okay. There's somebody coming up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Cravey. I'm the attorney for Spirit of God Church. I know we don't have much time left, and there were quite a few members who came tonight. I just wanted them, if you are from the Spirit of God Church and you're in support, I just want you to raise your hand. Great. Thank you. And since we can't have everyone speak, we thought it would be a great idea just to show you this year's 2025 recap of the church's year. It's only about a minute long. So. Thank you, and we'll reserve whatever time we have left at the end. Thank you.
Very nicely done video, and thank you for joining us tonight. Are we over 10 minutes?
No, they've gone 5 minutes total, so they can, but I think that's all we have for, in support.
Okay.
We have opposition now. So.
I will ask those in opposition to come forward.
I have Wendy, let's see. No, I'm sorry, that was support. James Cook. Oh, okay. All right, Brian Fees is going to go first.
Okay.
It's good to be back with you again tonight.
Yes.
Also, I want to thank Michael and Kathy and others that allowed us to meet with them. And I know that the Reverend spoke a little bit about the sequence of events after the last meeting, and I wanted to just take a minute and address that timeline for you. When we got the application the first time, I think we had several days before we were able to come and visit with you and ask for the delay. We then did FOIA request. In particular, we did the FOIA request to obtain the original permitted plans for the building. I had looked at this building at least 3 different times. I had some of the original plans. We had considered buying it over the course of many years. So I was familiar with it generally, but in order to get the full set of plans and understand the entitlements that attach to the parking or to the building, we had to do a FOIA request, and that took some time to process. Subsequently, we did a FOIA request to obtain the master plan letter of intent from 1993, which is the governing zoning that we're seeking to amend tonight. It took 2 FOIAs to get that. And so by the time those documents were back to us, had been analyzed, I was in India for 10 days. And so as soon as I got back, which was last Friday, I did attend the church services, and I was grateful for the reception I got. I just remind you that I don't believe this is an issue about a church. I believe it's an issue about changing the zoning to accommodate a public assembly space within a business park. And it could be a fraternal order, it could be a business that is open to the public. In fact, there's been some precedent where the association did oppose a similar church, and then the church came and was located in Pod 56, it left, and subsequently that space has become an Odyssey Games. And the opponent attorney criticized us for objecting to this use when we objected to the prior use, and that prior use became precedent for another use that they're now leveraging or attempting to wedge in to justify here. Pod 16 is separate from Pod 56. There are approximately 60 pods that are included in the original 1993 plan. On 600 acres of that plan, churches are a specified use without a conditional use. All they require is a land disturbance permit. And so this particular portion of Windward, which is the business center, is not designated for public assembly, at least 16 is not, and none of the business center is designated for church use. The master plan also cites the declaration and the CC&Rs in it. Additionally, it cites the design guidelines and the modification guidelines that are controlling on this property subsequent to your approval or disapproval and would need to be adhered to. And they say in that 1993 letter of intent that the associations...
You have 3 minutes, so you only have...
Thank you. I'll be quick. The association's documents say that the city's documents say the association's guidelines and restrictions shall be no less restrictive than those of the city. So even though there may be precedent not to use these things, they are referenced in the controlling legislation or controlling ordinance. My second point I'd like to make tonight to you is about parking. The association, and I don't speak for the association, but what they have communicated to me as a member of the association is that off-street parking is not permitted within Windward. And I would like to confirm that because if you look at Noble Court, it's a relatively small or narrow street. It's not one of the main thoroughfares. And if our assumption is different than the city's or different than the church's, we probably have a problem from the get-go. The second issue related to parking is the Uniform Development Code 2.52 specifically addresses shared parking. And that code, it's very short, 2 paragraphs, says when you have 2 principal uses in a building, you provide parking for both of those, and to the extent that those uses will not be concurrent, you may reduce the combined parking to 25%. We've asked for a parking calculation. We've not received it. And so we're not in agreement with the parking calculation. We don't think it's accurate. Now, the conditional use here assumes that there are 62 spaces, but the 62 spaces are predicated on the fact that the current owner, prior owner, has removed the trash receptacle that is permitted in one of the spaces that's now designated as parking. And so it's unclear with this whether this property will wind up with 61 spaces, whether it'll wind up with 55 or 54 when it's done through approvals. And I'm concerned that the conditions that you're going to grant, or if you do grant them, will leave an assembly space that's even more overparked or underparked than it is today. The last issue I would raise to your attention is if you look at the application package, you will see that on its face it was incomplete on submission. It had no owner authorization. That's dated 16 days after the deadline in the package that you hold. It also has other incomplete documents. It had no letter of intent upon submission. So while the Good Reverend indicates that they've acted in good faith in the submission, the simple facts are that the application on its face substantiates that it was not complete by the deadline necessary to be heard at this meeting. So with that, I'll close my remarks, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your comment.
We have 4 minutes left, but we have Georgia Barrow.
Thank you. Can you hear me? My
Yes.
name is Georgia Barrow. I reside at 1580 Spinnaker Drive, Alpharetta. I wanted to just speak briefly on a couple of points. Firstly, I am in full support of the mammoth package that was put together by Alderman Holdings LLC. I mean, you really had to do some serious reading, and I will have to admit that I skipped a couple of sections there. But I think there are some very valid points that need to be addressed. I am also, I've come to you before every time it's been for something with our master plan. I was part of the Mobile Oil development team that built Windward. And it was 3,400 acres divided, 1,000 acres business section, 2,400 to residential. And we were very, very critically looking at what made each component work well. And one of the things that we found was having a building sitting empty did not help the overall business center. And I stand here today to say, having a major building standing vacant for 5 out of 7 days is not a good look for a thriving business center. So please consider that. It's just not the right place. So when you consider adjusting the master plan community. I am also on the board of the Windward Homeowners Association. We have had a civic committee. We are in transition. And if we had completed that transition, I am sure that you would hear from me as a member of the board of directors speaking about this. But I can't do that, so I'm purely here as an individual asking you to please deny this request. Any questions?
Thank you for your comments. I think we are out of time.
We have about 2 minutes left, and we have 2 more people. James Cook.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need to have a stopwatch here looking at time too.
Hello, my name is James Cook. I'll keep this brief because we don't have much time left. I'm the owner of Commence at 1121 Alderman Drive. Commence employs over 250 people in the Alpharetta area. We acquired that building in 2020, and it is now our worldwide R&D center and corporate headquarters. This is a company that develops Class 3 medical devices that are life-saving, and what we do in that facility is very proprietary. We only found out about the City of God proposal because of Brett let us know about it, and we oppose it for not security reasons, but frankly practical ones. It makes no sense for us to have made that investment under the guise of it being a business park and then that to change. We have over 100 parking spots, and I think we actually tried to put security gates in given the nature of what we do, and that was denied by the City of Alpharetta, which we can live with, but if that area gets more foot traffic, we'll have to rethink that decision. So thank you, and if you have any questions.
Thank you.
The time is up, but we still have one more person if you'd like to let him speak. Chair.
Well, okay, for about a minute.
Jessica Cantrell.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Cantrell. I am an attorney at Underwood Scoggins. I am representing Sierra Sear in this. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone just said. I think y'all have heard it. You've heard me speak at the last hearing. I just want to address some of the conditions if approved. So as you know, and Mr. Stratton clarified that the covenants have nothing to do with the city of Alpharetta. You don't enforce them, you don't do anything, you may acknowledge them, but you don't consider them when making your decision. And that's perfectly fine. But in condition number 2, where it says church synagogue shall be an approved use at 145 Noble Court, etc. If we can amend that to say by the city of Alpharetta, because even if there is approval and the master plan were to be amended and the conditional use permit granted, Mr. Knighton still has to take steps to amend the use restriction. And, you know, this is not a carte blanche. The approval is not carte blanche. Okay, you can move in. There are still steps that you don't have to worry about, but Mr. Knighton needs to be put on notice of it. So if we could just add the city of Alpharetta to that.
If I could interrupt for 1 second, how much time do we have left? Okay. Commissioners, I would just say if you're going to continue hearing from her, you'll have to extend the time for the applicant's rebuttal by the equal amount of time, so it's just important that we keep track of that. So I just would ask that we give more guidance as to how long you want to go so we can keep track of that.
How much more time do you need?
Just, I can probably wrap this up if you
We'll
give
give
me
you
a minute and a
two
half.
2 more minutes. And if the applicant would like to come back, I'll give them that extra time.
Absolutely. Then for condition number 6, with the parking spots, based off of where the dumpster is placed, potentially 5 parking spots are going to be lost. So that should factor in putting the number of spots available to 57. Then number 10, I think it just needs clarification. I think every single attorney loves clarification. For outside speakers, does that mean a person or a sound amplification? That's just, there's some ambiguity there that I believe needs to be cleared up if any conditions are going to be placed. And that's, I believe, it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Question.
Good.
So the applicant has 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Let's allow the applicant, then you can ask your question, so, yes. Do you have anything you'd like to add? You'd like to come forward? You have 3 minutes. Yes.
May I ask a point of clarification? Ms. Taylor, was that 3 minutes, how much did you say?
3 minutes and 21 seconds is what I have.
Is that before or after the extended time by the planning commission?
That is the total extended time.
Okay, I thought she had time left from before as well.
No. She does. Yeah, she has.
So she would have 8 minutes, a little over 8 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were
Thank
adding the
you.
two together. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. I'm not used to having to do that.
Again, I'm Wendy Cravey, the attorney for Spirit of God. I just want to clarify a couple things. There is a limited number of parking spots. The church has said they will comply with the restrictions and comply with the code, and it's that simple. The church is not going to break the law. They're going to do what they've been told they need to do, and that's all there is to it. Just to point out, the property will not be vacant during the week. The pastor and his staff will have offices there, and the space they are not using, which is most of it, is intended to be rented out to a business or businesses. any questions that you would have.
Not at this time, but the board can ask questions at any time.
Great.
Appreciate that. I think I'd like a stopwatch the next time around so I can keep up with the time. It's a little distracting when we have too many people speaking. I'll be able to note how much time I've added or subtracted, but that's for the next meeting, not this one. We've heard from the applicant, and we also heard from staff. I would like to call Michael just for a moment because I need some clarification, not just for the board and the audience, but for whoever is listening on the standards for master plan amendment and for conditional use. If you can read through that, that will clear up a few things as we deliberate.
I'm sorry, what?
I know you go through the standards for master plan amendment and the conditional use.
The review
Review
criteria
criteria,
that
correct.
we use?
Correct.
Yes.
You used for this
Yes.
specific application.
So the rezoning and master plan amendment review criteria are one and the same. Those are the review criteria that begin on page 3 of the staff report. They consist of, whether the zoning proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the zoning use and development of adjacent and nearby properties, whether the zoning proposal will adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent and nearby properties, whether the zoning proposal will adversely affect the natural environment, whether there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be or should not be used as currently zoned, whether the zoning proposal will result in a use that will or could cause an excessive or burdensome use of public facilities and services, including but not limited to existing streets and transportation facilities, schools, water and sewer utilities, and public and fire protection, whether the zoning proposal is supported by new or changing conditions not anticipated or reflected in the existing zoning of the property, whether the zoning proposal reflects a reasonable balance between the promotion of the public health, safety, morality, or general welfare against the right to unrestricted use of a property, whether there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in accordance with the existing zoning, and the extent to which the zoning proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then the review criteria that we use to look at a conditional use include looking at the access in and out of the property with regard to traffic and pedestrian safety, also the extent to which the refuse areas, loading and service areas, off-street parking and buffers and screening are provided on the property, ensuring that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of the environment or other property in the immediate vicinity, or diminish and impair property values within the surrounding neighborhood, ensuring the conditional use will not increase local or state expenditures in relation to the cost of servicing and maintaining neighboring properties, ensuring the conditional use will not impede the normal and orderly development of surrounding property for uses predominant in the area, ensuring that the location and character of the conditional use is consistent with the desirable pattern of development for the city in general, and ensuring that the conditional use is appropriately separated from similar uses and conflicting uses such as residence, government, buildings, parks, churches, and schools. And so we looked at those review criteria, and basically our conclusion was that the applicant's proposal would be suitable as it relates to the use and development of adjacent and nearby properties, which are primarily developed with office and industrial uses. The church's peak trip generation will be on the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, when surrounding businesses are not in operation, and the use is supported by sufficient on-site parking. In addition, the church synagogue has been added as a conditional use in the Windward Master Plan in pods 56 and 66. Those pods both have the same land use designation in the Windward Master Plan of Business Center. And then we did note that if approved, the dumpster should be housed in an enclosure, and the church should be limited to no more than 124 seats in order to comply with the city's minimum parking requirements, and that is based on there being 62 parking spaces currently on the property.
And your recommendation is for approval of this application?
And the recommendation is to approve, yes.
Does anyone of the commission have any questions for Michael? Before I turn back to you, to the board.
Sorry. We heard the suggestion earlier that, mashing a button and it's the wrong one, that there would actually end up being 57 parking spaces. And what would be your reaction to that? I think this had to do with whether the dumpster, in fact, is removed from the loading dock area.
Yeah, so this is just put the site plan back up. So at the rear of the site, back behind the building, the loading dock is here. I'm trying to remember exactly where the dumpster, it's been pulled out of its original location, and it's just placed in a couple of parking spaces. I don't know if it was like around this area. There's also some large storage boxes that have been stored on the property as well. Obviously, those would go away at some location, but we did have a condition 9, that addressed that dumpster does need to be in an enclosure. So it would not be able, that enclosure could not be constructed within the parking spaces if they want 124 seats. If they remove parking, then the seating capacity would need to be reduced. But I do feel like there were other locations that they could place the dumpster. For example, there's a ramp at this location here. Maybe that is not needed any longer, and maybe the dumpster could be located at that location. There are other locations on the property that the dumpster could possibly be placed without impacting existing parking.
So then, would you suggest that a condition be added that specifies that the dumpster may not take up parking spaces?
You could certainly do that, but you could also, maybe add something to condition 9, but you could also add something to condition number 2. Condition number 2 states church synagogue shall be in approved use at 145 Noble Court with a maximum seating capacity of no more than 124 seats in the primary sanctuary of the church. You may add some clarification, maybe that is based on a total of 62 parking spaces required for that seating capacity. Any reduction in on-site parking would result in a equivalent reduction to seating capacity.
Is that necessary, or is that an enforcement issue?
I mean, so there will be a building permit that would be required for the dumpster enclosure, because it will have walls over 4 feet in height, so there'll be a building permit for that. If a building permit is submitted for an dumpster enclosure in the existing parking spaces, then we would reject it if this was approved as is. You could put that clarification if you want to give the applicant a little bit of flexibility. Maybe they can't find another location on the site for that dumpster, and maybe they do have to remove a couple parking spaces in order to put the dumpster in an enclosure, in which case, if you add the clarification to condition 2, that would allow them to reduce parking, but they would also have to reduce seating capacity.
Okay, and then following on that, if in fact they ended up with fewer than 62 parking spaces and it became a question of minding how large, how many people can be in the building at one time, the number of seats available, how does one enforce that?
So zoning conditions in our code are enforced by our code enforcement department. We would typically, because we don't know exactly what's going on in that space, it would require that we would have a complaint, maybe that there isn't sufficient parking on the property. Maybe we get a complaint that there's folks parking on other properties, in which case we would go and investigate that situation.
And last, I heard mention that within the Woodward Business Center, there's street parking is not permitted. That would be a new on me, so far as I understand, that any city street parking is allowed unless there is a warrant for no parking, such as a fire lane or under certain conditions in a roundabout. What do we know about that, Michael?
Yeah, I don't know, I've not heard that there is no parking in Windward, but in our locals, in our street sections, we do have, based on the width of the street has to be a certain width in order to allow parking on street parking. And so as you can see here, this is a 50-foot right-of-way. This is a typical section of a two-lane street with a 50-foot right-of-way.
Right?
And you will see the on-street parking begins to be permitted when you have 28 feet of width, which is this middle section. This smaller section of the, or at least the travel lane width of a two-lane street with only a 24-foot width does not allow for on-street parking. I believe Noble Court is about 25 feet. So I do not believe that it can accommodate on-street parking, but I don't know if you have any okay, I just wanted to check with our traffic engineer to see if he knew anything different.
Okay, so the upshot of all this is that Noble Court, by its width alone, would not accommodate on-street parking?
I do not believe so. I believe we did look at the width of that street, and it was measured at 25 feet. I don't know 100% if that included the curb, and this 28 feet of width that does allow on-street parking does include the curb. So I would need to verify that just to be sure, but I believe that it is just short of the 28 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Might I just ask, this is in a cul-de-sac, does that change any of the calculations on this at all? No, so it's by the street, not by the circumference or whatever the cul-de-sac is.
Correct. I mean, we excuse me, we have a cul-de-sac city detail that is around the same dimension as the 24-25 edge of pavement.
Michael, I understand the math of the 62, and they're allowed to have 124 pews. But I also understand that I would say that that's probably impossible, given that they're going to have a garbage receptacle somewhere. So I agree with the young lady that said that it's probably closer to 57. However, you did not have a problem having 124 pews initially. So even if we reduce the parking to 57, we should still allow the 124, other than the simple calculation. Is that correct?
No, if the parking were reduced, the seating capacity should be reduced as well. So,
Can you clarify that, since you already said that 124 people is okay?
well, 124 seats is okay based on there being 62 parking spaces, striped parking spaces there today. If they were to remove some of those striped parking spaces to accommodate this dumpster enclosure, then they would effectively be losing some parking. I don't know how many that is. A typical parking space is 9 feet wide.
Well, let's just say 5, for
Yep.
argument's sake.
If 5 parking spaces were removed from the site, then they would need to reduce their seating capacity by 10 seats.
So traveling 4 people in a car is not a way we calculate things. Even though we've already agreed that 124 people is okay, we're going to determine this by how many parking spaces that are, from my understanding, already striped?
Well, the 124 seats relates to our parking requirement. Our parking requirement is 1 parking space for every 2 seats. So there's
Understood.
62 spaces there today, so 62 times 2 gets you to that 124 number. That's how we got to that.
Understood.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question of the
Yes, you can.
applicant?
Yes,
Guess
sir.
we've just got a little fuzzy math there. The question is, if it was reduced from 124 to 114, do you have an issue? Pews?
I'm not going to have an issue, but it's not going to be an issue. And the reason why is because we're not going to forfeit parking spaces. As Michael has already stated, there are other places on that property that an enclosed dumpster can be easily put. That's just another way of them just trying to push us out or squeeze us out. That's not going to happen. There are other places. I've been to that property several times. There are other places that are much more feasible for a dumpster to where we don't have to sacrifice parking spaces at all.
Thank you, Pastor.
I think the cue is to just add that statement that we're talking about. If parking taken, they have to make adjustment on the seating, so if you think it's necessary to do that. All right. I am turning this over to the board for discussion and a motion, so I'm not stopping debate. So it's on the board now. You can take as much time as you want to make a motion or discuss it further.
I just have, Michael, sorry to ask you to come back up, but I wanted to get your thoughts on two of the recommended adjustments to the conditions that the attorney had suggested. On condition number 2, if I understood it correctly, there was a request to add, after the approved use, add by the city of Alpharetta to that particular sentence. And then her other question was in regards to clarification for condition number 10 concerning the outside speakers.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. These are the city of Alpharetta's zoning
Yeah.
conditions anyways.
So it's understood?
I think that is understood.
It's
It
the
would
only
be-
approving entity.
Yeah.
When you say it shall be approved.
But I mean, I don't know that that hurts to add that clarification in condition number 2, and I don't know that it hurts to add clarification on 10 with regard to the outside speakers. It was meant as something that amplifies sound, not a person speaking.
So speakers that are attached to the building, is that what we're saying there?
Well, I think that they could be attached, but I don't know if you should say speakers attached to the building, because you could
Could be
bring
mobile
portable
speakers. Right.
speakers out in the
I would suggest,
outside.
yeah, I would suggest non-portable device.
How would you edit number 10 exactly on that?
A non-portable device capable of producing or reproducing sound from, such as music or a person's voice from an amplified or combined sound source, and is projected out to an audience, to say something along those lines. I could read that into the record and just say, for the purposes of this condition, a loudspeaker shall mean a non-portable device capable of producing or reproducing sound, such as music or a person's voice from an amplified or combined sound source, and is projected out to an audience.
What she read in the record. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I had a question for the pastor again, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
that's fine.
Get your steps in tonight. I just had a couple of questions.
Sure.
What is your current attendance in your meeting space on Sunday?
Normally, it's just under 100, maybe anywhere, just depends, because, again, we're meeting twice a month, and even at that, so, once in this building, we'll be meeting, every Sunday, which is 4 to 5 times a month. And just my 60 years of living and being in church, the more Sundays that are available, the less the number gets. It doesn't always increase like that. So we're certainly under, we're probably about 75 to 80 per Sunday right now, and that's 2 Sundays a month. So when we go to 4 to 5, right now, that wouldn't even, you don't probably hit that number.
The intention, hopefully, to grow, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then what about like children's ministry, like outside playgrounds are common at churches? Do you anticipate any outside playgrounds or use case for the congregation?
Not at this time. We don't have any plans on that at this time. So, no.
Okay, great. Those were a couple of questions. Thank you.
May I ask
Yes,
a couple
sure.
of questions? We seem to be coming up to the size of seating based on parking. What is the minimum number that this building serves your purpose? Number of seats in the building?
124.
So if we get below the
Well,
parking,
I say that because I don't want to give you a number less than that, and then I end up am given a number less than that. Again, 5 spaces for a dumpster, that's just they understand. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I'm looking at more of how does the building serve you? That's what I'm looking
okay.
at. At how many if you get below a number, the building doesn't serve your purposes any longer. So I'm just looking at if the parking does go down to 57 and you can only put in 114, does that change your use of this building? Does
No,
that-
it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
And then the last question I had, there was mention of youth programming. What kind of youth programming is
Well,
happening?
normally our youth are, right now, because we haven't had a settled space for a while, our youth normally have their breakout classrooms and areas. And then, so as we continue to incorporate, they're doing more in service, and then hopefully, in times past, we've done a lot more even on the outside as far as mission work and things like that. But those are away from the building. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just a question for Michael. Has to do with that condition 2 that you made a suggestion that if we recommend approval, you suggested 2 sentences be added to condition 2. Let me play back the first one, make sure I got it. I definitely didn't get the second one. But the first one I wrote, this is based on a total number of 62 parking spaces for this location. Is it-
Correct.
And then there was a second sentence that I didn't get.
I think I had spoken to the fact that if parking spaces removed, if any of the 62 parking spaces were removed, that an equivalent amount of seating capacity should be reduced based on the city's parking ratios. Or I guess you could also say for every parking space that is removed, 2 seats should be removed from the maximum seating capacity. You could say that too. But that's simpler.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll share a couple thoughts. We're in board discussion, right? Discussion or motion?
Yes.
So my take on this, while we look at each of these on a case-by-case basis, I do think it's important for the public to know that there is precedent for 2 other churches in this master plan being approved for a conditional use. So once again, we look at this on a case-by-case basis, but that, is a reality. The other thing is, I respect the concerns that we've heard both in this hearing and the previous hearing, but to me, they don't really rise to the level of the standard that we are being held to that speaks to whether the zoning proposal will adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby property. I heard a comment that the location was never meant for a church. That's just not really relevant. The concern about security risk after hours, I just don't see data or credible evidence supporting that. The precedent not being applicable, it's a tongue twister. Once again, we look at it on a case-by-case basis, but the reality is 2 previous churches have been approved as a conditional use in this same master plan. There was reference in the last hearing about cybersecurity risk. I spent 16 years in software, and for the folks at Sierra Cedar, I drove by the property, and it's not gated. There's no secure access. There's no security. If somebody wanted to hack into your systems, they could pull right into your driveway, park next to your building, and do it from their car, I think. So I just don't understand that concern. And then parking, it's very clear. We can't really express a concern about parking if the applicant is meeting the code. And by all accounts, they're meeting the code. That's rather black and white for me. So with that, I'm going to be supporting the staff's recommendation for approval. And I don't know if there's other discussion. I'll hold the motion unless there's other discussion.
You can make a motion, and I'll ask whether there's any further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we approve MP-26-01/CU-26-01, Spirit of God Church, Windward Master Plan, Pod 16, subject to the conditions as read by Mr. Woodman, but with these edits, help me out, Commission, if I mess up. But in condition 2, after the word approved use, we want to say by the city of Alpharetta. And then we want to add 2 sentences to that condition. The first one is, this is based on a total of 62 parking spaces for this location. If parking spaces are removed, an equivalent number of seating capacity should be reduced to meet parking ratios. And then, Ms. Eswine, I'm going to ask you on condition 10 with the speakers to read your great edit to that condition.
So it would read, outside speakers shall be prohibited. For purposes of this condition, a speaker shall mean a non-portable device which is capable of producing or reproducing sound, such as music or a person's voice, from an amplified or combined sound source and is projected out to an audience.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's my motion.
All right, do I have a second? A motion has been made. Is there a second? There is no second. We'll continue in discussions. Motion failed for lack of a second. Does anybody wants to make another motion? Go ahead.
I will offer a motion to deny MP-26-01/CU-26-01 Spirit of God Church, Windward Master Plan, Pod 16.
Do I have a second? That motion fails for lack of a second.
Mr. Chairman, I will second.
A motion has been seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Motion fails. I don't like sending any non-recommendation to City Council. That's why we were appointed to make recommendations to City Council so they can make a decision. We facilitate a public process, and I don't think we're doing our jobs if we don't make a recommendation. I'm not saying we can't do that, but it's important that we deliberate and send something to City Council for consideration. So if the board would like to discuss these further, if you'd like to get more information, if you'd like to table, like to defer, it's up to the board.
Yeah, I know we're in board discussion. We've already deferred once, so I think between 2 hearings, 2 packets, and a lot of discussion, we have what we need to make a decision. I might, for the benefit of discussion, just ask, especially for my 4 fellow commissioners who didn't support denial, what issues could we collaborate on to make this be supported? What issues are out there that maybe we could create a condition for or edit a condition that would make it suitable for you?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that it's a good opportunity to reinforce the concept that we have really 2 separate approval paths involved with 2 separate sets of criteria. many of the comments that we've heard in chambers have overlapped those sets of criteria, concerns about usage appropriate to the business center, its original intent, what are the reasonable expectations of neighboring properties within that pod on down the line. I would, as we said last month when we heard this, be much happier if both parties, all parties involved, were to have further conversation to address and resolve some of these differences so that we can consider the zoning rules and approval of zoning without concern that there will then become contention with the CCNRs, which are not in our purview, but would nonetheless create a hardship for the applicant.
The only thing I would add to this discussion is that the reason I was asking Mike to come back and elaborate on the standards for master plan amendment and the condition use criteria is that there is a deliberate process that staff has to go through to evaluate applications before they are brought to the board and eventually to city council. Based on the staff's assessment, this application meets the standard for amendment of the master plan and the criteria for conditional use. And apart from having anything else that would compel me to oppose it, I am in support of this application for that very reason. And of course, as you appropriately mentioned, there is precedent to this. And this is a house of worship, and it's not going to interfere with the business operations during the week. It's going to be on Sundays, potentially Saturdays, and I don't see any concern regarding security that we would be concerned about. So I am in support of it for that reason, and I don't see any reason to deny the application. Having said that, I don't... Say that again?
Can you reintroduce your motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I have a motion. I'd like to move that we approve MP-26-01/CU-26-01, Spirit of God Church, Windward Master Plan Pod 16, subject to the conditions as read by Mr. Woodman, with these edits. In condition 2, after the word use, let's add by the city of Alpharetta. And then at the end of the condition, let's add 2 sentences. The first one is, this is based on a total of 62 parking spaces for this location. If parking spaces were removed, an equivalent number of seating capacity should be reduced to meet parking ratios. And then I'm going to turn to Attorney Eswine and ask her to read her edit to number 10.
Condition 10 would read, outside speakers shall be prohibited. For purposes of this condition, a speaker shall mean a non-portable device which is capable of producing or reproducing sound, such as music or a person's voice, from an amplified or combined sound source and is projected out to an audience.
All right, that's the motion. Any second?
Second.
Motion has been made, properly seconded. Any further discussions?
Yeah, I will. I've been doing this a long time, and I agree with Commissioner Stratton and you, Mr. Chairman. It's been done before. It is not an intrusive use, in my opinion, and it's worthy to move on to council to have them make their decision, in my opinion.
Hearing no further discussions, all in favor, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion carries. It's going to be had by actually I should have mentioned this at the very beginning, on March 23rd. It's a Monday, 2026. Thank you for coming and have a good evening. You can sit with us and hear the other applications. I did not expect these to take an hour and 15 minutes. And I'm going to ask the board whether you want to take a break before we go to the second one. Anybody want to take a break? We'll allow them to vacate the room and then we'll go to the second application. We have 3 more. Need some heaters under the table. The second item on the agenda is Z-25-10/V-25-22, Leviton/75 and 91 Roswell Street. Michael?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The next item before you is a request for rezoning and variances to allow for the construction of 8 for-sale single-family dwellings consisting of 4 semi-detached units. A semi-detached unit is basically a duplex. It's 2 units side by side sharing 1 wall. And then 4 single-family detached homes. Those are both for-sale products. And that is on approximately 1.12 acres in the downtown. Rezoning is requested from C2 General Commercial to DTC Downtown Core. And variances are requested to modify downtown streetscape standards. To have the location map on the overhead, this property is located at 75 and 91 Roswell Street. That's the northwest corner of Marietta Street and Roswell Street. And the proposed density in this subdivision is 7.15 dwelling units per acre. The southern property at the corner of Roswell Street and Marietta Street is undeveloped. The other property to the north is developed with a residential structure that has been converted to an office. This property was approved in 2023 for a 2-story, 23,000 square foot office building with a 2,500 square foot restaurant at the corner. The applicant, I believe the applicant has stated that they no longer wish to pursue that development, and that is why you have an application before you this evening to change to residential. The comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is Central Business District, so it does support the proposed rezoning request. As I mentioned, there are variances to modify the downtown overlay streetscape standards, and that would be for the downtown streetscapes that would apply to all 3 streets that front this property: Cotton Alley, Marietta Street, and Roswell Street. Basically, the applicant is asking for a variance to allow the existing planter and sidewalks to remain as they are today. 2-foot planters along each roadway, 5-foot sidewalks on Marietta Street and Cotton Alley, and a 6-foot sidewalk on Roswell Street. This is the applicant's site plan. And I did want to mention the original, forgot to put that in my packet here. This is the site plan that you're considering tonight with access shown from Roswell Street. The original site plan that was submitted when this request was first submitted to the city had access from Cotton Alley. This plan also had 9 units instead of 8. The applicant, there was opposition from Victoria Square to access from Cotton Alley. Cotton Alley is a right-in only, and Victoria Square's internal streets are private. So they would, the residents here would have to traverse private streets in order to exit from their community. So the applicant did move their access, and they moved it back to Roswell Street. That is the same access that was shown when the property was approved for office. So getting back to the site plan depicts the 8 single-family lots. There are 5 lots facing Roswell Street and 3 facing Cotton Alley. The lots range in size from approximately 2,600 square feet to just over 4,300 square feet. Average lot size is about 3,150 square feet. Both product types are 3 stories over basement. There are 10-foot setbacks and landscape strips along the street frontages. The corner of Marietta Street is shown as a tree save area that is consistent with what was approved with the office building on this property. However, the tree save area has grown with this plan, and they are saving additional trees that they weren't in the previous plan for the office building. There's a note on the site plan that indicates there are some overhead utilities here. This is what you see. It's crossing the street at about this point. Those overhead utilities would conflict with the required landscape strip requirements, and the applicant has indicated on the plan that they intend to relocate the overhead power lines. Each of the units will have 2 side-by-side parking spaces in a garage, as well as code-compliant driveway for a total of 32 spaces. The UDC downtown code would require 20 parking spaces, so they do exceed the parking requirements. The tree save area here at the corner also serves as an amenity space for the development. It's about 5,000 square feet, or 10.3% of the site. DTC requires a minimum 5%, so they do exceed that requirement as well. And of course, the amenity is the tree save as well as pocket park there. There are 3 specimen trees on the property. The site is showing 4 tree saves at the corner here that consists of a 26-inch water oak, a 19-inch magnolia, 23-inch pecan, and 10-inch magnolia. There is an underground stormwater system on this common area lot here that does extend out into the alley, but that was noted by the applicant as the required 10-foot access to access the underground stormwater facility. However, the applicant has indicated to us when they presented the revised site plan that they are in discussions with Victoria Square for an agreement to provide their stormwater management and their stormwater pond, which is about 1,000 feet to the northwest of this location. And that is something that is common. If you recall 55 Canton Street, those are the condos that were approved across Canton Street from Teasley Place. They were going to be utilizing some off-site stormwater management at the Georgian, the detention pond that's up by the Georgian development. These are the applicant's renderings. They depict Tudor eclectic architectural style, which is one of the approved styles in the downtown. And then there are some color renderings of those elevations along the street frontage. These have been reviewed by the downtown consultant, who believes that they generally comply with the downtown design regulations. There was an trip generation report provided estimating the subdivision would generate approximately 6 a.m. peak hour trips and 8 p.m. peak hour trips. The change of use from office and restaurant to residential would result in a reduction of approximately 53 a.m. peak hour trips and 48 p.m. peak hour trips. And then looking at the review criteria for the rezoning and variance, believe the zoning proposal is consistent with the vision of the downtown master plan and the future land use designation of the property as well as the surrounding area. The proposed residential use is compatible with the Victoria Square townhome community to the west, and access has been moved from Cotton Alley to Roswell Street to limit impacts to Victoria Square. And we also noted that the proposal would have less impact on transportation facilities as compared to the office development approved on the site. As it relates to the variance, we noted that the property does have exceptional conditions due to its size, shape, and topography. It also has road frontages on 3 sides of the property. Downtown streetscape requirements would impact the tree save area at the corner. And also, if the streetscape was upgraded along Cotton Alley, that would result in the brick sidewalk and brick wall being removed. And it's our understanding that Victoria Square would like to see those things remain as they are today, the brick sidewalk and the brick wall. For a maintenance reasons, we would require that concrete be installed. Applicant did provide a citizen participation report. I will indicate the citizen participation report was provided at the time that the applicant was proposing access from Cotton Alley. Also, when this was shown to the public at the CZIM on September 10th, they were also showing that previous plan that showed access from Cotton Alley. So these comments are based on that plan. So the applicant's report stated that they received public feedback regarding traffic, access, construction staging, guest parking price points, and home architecture. Staff also received correspondence from residents in Victoria Square who supported the residential use but had concerns over access, as well as construction staging, wanting that to be prohibited on Cotton Alley. There were similar comments provided at the September 10th CZIM meeting with concerns. Again, the applicant has updated that site plan to address those concerns. And then staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request subject to 27 conditions, and I will go through those conditions. Condition 1 is a site plan specific condition rezoning the property to DTC, tying it to the applicant's latest site plan dated 1/14/26, and limiting uses on the property to dwelling, for sale, detached, and attached. Condition 2 deals with the architecture and materials and ties to that Exhibit A, the renderings that I just showed you, and it requires final approval by DRB. Of course, in the downtown, we do require 4-sided architecture, materials, and details. Condition 3, density shall not exceed 7.15 dwelling units per acre. Condition 4 requires the homes along Roswell Street and Cotton Alley to be oriented to those streets, with vehicular access limited to the new alley. There are requirements there to frame the front yards with low walls, metal fencing, or hedges with brick or stone columns. Condition 5 deals with the setbacks. Condition 6 are the Roswell Street streetscape requirements. Condition 7 are the Marietta Street streetscape requirements, and Condition 8 are the Cotton Alley streetscape requirements. We are supporting the applicant's variance requests along those 3 streets, except for on Roswell Street. We were asking for a larger planter on Roswell Street. That would be, everything else would have been supported as the applicant asked for. Condition 9 deals with the brick wall along Cotton Alley shall be retained, except that the developer may reconstruct portions of the wall where necessary to allow for the proposed development as approved by staff. Condition 10 would require a non-access easement be recorded on the final plat where the alley terminates near the property line on Cotton Alley. So where this alley terminates there, just to ensure that there would be no future access to Cotton Alley. Condition 11 requires that the developer dedicate right-of-way 15 feet east of the center line of Cotton Alley for roadway and public access. And that is because currently Cotton Alley is a public right-of-way, but the applicant's property actually goes out into the center line of Cotton Alley, so that condition would require that right-of-way be dedicated there. Right now, there's just an access easement over this portion of the property. Condition 12, developer shall restripe crosswalk markings at Orchid Lane at Marietta Street and the Cotton Alley at Marietta Street intersections. 13, developer shall install Alpha Loop special emphasis crosswalk green tips at the existing crosswalk at Roswell Street at Marietta Street as approved by staff, and that would be eligible for impact fee credits. Condition 14 ties the private alley that is shown serving the new homes, tying it to this site plan. We also asked that condition for a decorative barrier at the end of the alley here, consisting of a timber guardrail, brick or stone wall, and that be approved by DRB. If the wall is used as the barrier, we're asking that be covered with creeping or climbing landscaping as approved by DRB, and that would be the maintenance responsibility of the HOA. 15, project entrance shall include a decorative paver entrance as approved by staff. Condition 16 addresses the landscape strips required along Roswell Street and Cotton Alley, that those be planted with an even mix of overstory shade trees and understory trees as approved by DRB. And it also requires offsets of the overstory trees of the minimum of 15 feet from the face of the homes, as well as any overhead utilities. 17, existing power lines on Roswell Street frontage shall be relocated or placed underground as noted on the site plan prepared by Plum Creek Consulting LLC, dated 1/14/26. Condition 18 deals with a minimum 5-foot buffer along the north property line. Condition 19, project entrance shall include decorative landscaping, low walls, or hedge with brick or stone columns as approved by DRB. Those improvements would be the maintenance responsibility of the HOA. Condition 20 ties the open space to the open space depicted on the site plan. 21, developer ties the developer to the tree saves shown on the site plan at the corner of Marietta and Roswell Street. 22 limits the encroachment into the critical root zone of off-site saved trees to no more than 20%. Condition 23, fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way or city-owned property shall be decorative. Fences shall be metal and walls shall be brick, stone, or similar material. Shall be covered in creeping landscaping as approved by DRB. 24 requires HVAC or similar equipment to be screened from the public right-of-way or city-owned property. 25, garbage pickup shall be accommodated from within the development. 26, prohibits construction, parking, and staging on Cotton Alley with the construction staging plan provided with the LDP, the land disturbance permit. And 27 limits the development to rent no more than one residential unit as recorded in the HOA declarations and covenants. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you. Any questions for Michael?
Michael, I just have a quick one. The Cotton Alley, there is a section where where it meets the Roswell City's parking area, and there are bollards there preventing folks going in and out. Are those bollards intended to stay with this development?
Yeah, there was no plan to remove those bollards.
Thank you.
I had a quick question, Michael. The tree save area, it's not designated as either being strictly for the use of the residents or a public use. Is it either or?
It is, I believe it's just amenity space, so it would be for the use of, yes. So the requirement is minimum 5% amenity space in DTC and a DTC property under 5 acres. So it is only required to be open to the residents of this community.
Okay, so at this point, there's probably nothing that we would have to condition. I guess it'd be an HOA need to address how to specify that it is for homeowners only, and also would maintain that area.
So the HOA would be responsible to maintain that area, and I believe that was addressed, I think we addressed it in the open space
Okay, thank you.
Condition, yeah, the last sentence in condition number 20 does indicate that the HOA be responsible for maintenance there.
Okay, and it would then just be an HOA choice whether to fence it off or whatever. They would be
Yeah,
allowed
if
to-
they're concerned with the public using that, certainly they could take measures. You know, we have conditions in here that talk about any kind of decorative barriers, fencing or walls, that they would have to be decorative and approved by
Okay,
DRB.
and last question, it's a silly one. Where would the mail kiosks be?
So I think I would ask that question of the applicant. It is
Okay.
not identified on the site plan. Sometimes we do have that identified on the site plan. I
Okay.
do think that it's a small enough development that there's a number of locations. You know, there's location, you know, there's some space within this amenity space here at the corner. There may be an opportunity potentially to place that. I don't know. If they do underground storage, you probably don't want to do a vertical improvement over top of that. But if they are able to utilize Victoria Square's stormwater, this may be an option too. But the applicant may have thought about that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Well,
Chris, hold for a second. Molly, just to make sure this is okay. Chris and I served together on city council. Am I okay to,
Yes.
I'm not asking you.
I don't think that would necessarily preclude you from considering this, no. I mean,
Thank you.
if you think you can fairly and impartially do it,
I
as long
don't
as you
know,
don't
I
have a
don't know
financial
about that,
imprint.
but yes, I can.
Okay. No, I think you're fine then.
Mr. Aiken, there are probably a few things other than our common service on city council that might recuse you, but we won't go there. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and esteemed Planning Commission members. We appreciate you having us here tonight. My name is Chris Owens with Plum Creek Consulting. My address is 7425 Mid-Broadwell Trace, Alpharetta, Georgia. I've been a resident of Alpharetta for over 20 years and proud of that. And with us tonight, we have Jason Joseph, who is the developer and real estate mastermind behind this development. Michael, as usual, does a great job of presenting the application. So I've got some materials that are somewhat repetitive of that. Ourselves to the site, if you're like me, you drive by something 2 or 3 times a day, and then when somebody questions you on it, you can't remember exactly what's there. So I've got some photographs that I'd like to show you. The aerial photo that I have, I believe that's my screen, isn't it, Michael? Yeah. The aerial photo I have here is from Google Earth. As Michael said, we've got 3 frontages, Cotton Alley, Marietta Street, and Russell Street. Sort of a flat iron shaped property, triangular shape, and it does have quite a bit of topo across it, as Michael said. So we've got some issues there to deal with, but we believe we've done that fairly well. And as you can see, and I'm sure you know, the city just recently, actually in the process of this application making its way through the system, the city built a segment of the Alpha Loop on the opposite side of Russell Street from us. And this picture shows that. This is standing at the corner in front of, on the pure corner, looking across the intersection. City's also done something here, has created this intersection, made it a 4-way stop, which, Mr. Aiken, you recall, this intersection was a focus of safety concern a number of years ago, and that 4-way stop has actually slowed people down, has been fairly effective in that. And so this is a great view of the end of the property looking at it from Marietta Street. And as you can see, this is the pocket park, or the green space that we would save. You see a power pole there. I'm going to discuss that a little bit more here in a moment. But just to the left is Cotton Alley. And there was a condition on there prescribing a certain streetscape frontage there. And our only request there, we're not disagreeing with that, our only request there is after our talks with Victoria Square, we'd like to leave that street frontage alone. They like their brick sidewalk, they like the walls and the landscaping, and we'd like to keep it that way. Another interesting aspect of this project is the property
line goes to the center of Cotton Alley. The western or left half, as you see it in this photograph, is public right-of-way owned by the city. The right half of the street is owned by this property. There are access easements over it, but this property is technically responsible for maintenance of that street and that sidewalk and those things. And that's something else that we intend to clean up this if it goes forward, is to make that a clean, fully city-owned street. And I believe someone asked about the bollards at the end of Cotton Alley. Maybe it's you, Ms. Richard. Our intention is not to change that either. That's access to a city lot. It's off of a city street, and that's beyond the scope of this project, and we do not intend to do anything with that. Here's a view of the Roswell Street frontage, and as you see, a large power pole there with some overhead lines going over my head from the photograph I took. And I met with Georgia Power. They are willing to, at our expense, relocate those poles horizontally. They will not put it underground unless they do it in a much larger expansive area. So if they were to consider putting it underground, they would want to underground from Old Milton all the way up to Milton Avenue. And that's just simply beyond the scope of this project, and I'm sure beyond the scope of what the city would want to do, as much as we all would like to see that. But they were polite about it and had a smile on their face, and they're proud of what it costs to move 2 power poles. That's not going to be cheap, but I do think it's important, and I've got a site plan I can show you of that. This is just a broader view of that. And this is looking back down Marietta Street. And again, the power pole that's there that you see is in that beauty strip or in that planter strip, and we don't intend to touch that one either. And I believe Michael mentioned the street frontage along Roswell Street. Our request is a 6-foot sidewalk with a 2-foot beauty strip, and then once we get past a certain point, we want to leave what's there. We don't even want to replace it so that we can save those extra trees. You can see the oak tree there. It's got leaves off its picture. But if we widen that sidewalk and try to improve the street section, it's going to kill that tree. And so we'd rather keep the trees, and especially with the city's investment of the Alpha Loop on the other side, we think that it's a good balance, and there'll be plenty of pedestrian access there. So what I'm going to do now is this is just another location map. Michael already showed you the site plan that this is what is currently approved under C2 zoning. It's approximately 23,000 square feet of office and a 2,500 square foot restaurant with a 65 space parking garage. And that's a rendering of what is currently entitled and approved there. And as you can see, the end of that street is not nearly as green as what you'll see in the proposal before you tonight. So just a copy of the survey that's part of the zoning application. And this is the site plan that is before us tonight. I have some other shots to show you that's based on that original site plan, but I want to give you a flavor of what our intent is for the development with that. And so as you can see, Michael has displayed this to you. Someone asked about the mail kiosk. And our thought is to place that mail kiosk down here. The Pocket Park, we've got a little bit of space at the end. And so our thought is to put a mail kiosk that would be walk up for the residents. There's only 8 homes. It's a short alley that's less than 100 feet long. So we don't think it'd be a burden for them to walk down the street and walk down the alley and go check their mail. And someone asked about access to that Pocket Park. I believe that was you, Ms. Manley. The intent is we don't want to fence it. We don't want to fence the whole neighborhood either. But the intent might be to place a fence at the end of between development and the Pocket Park, just to discourage someone from wandering through the Pocket Park into the private alley. But there would be a gate for the residents to access the park. But also our intent is for that park to be accessible to the public. We want to invite people into it, much like the Pocket Park at the corner of Roswell Street and Old Roswell Street, if you're familiar with that, in front of the old Italian restaurant. Same type of concept, be more trees, less hardscape, but we'd like for people to be able to walk up there and sit down and enjoy it. So the HOA will maintain it, but accessible. I believe Michael described to you the eclectic tutor. David Grace is the architect chosen for this. He designed the 1858 on Cumming Street, as well as west of Main and some other developments you're familiar with downtown. And these are semi-custom to custom homes is what we're looking at. Michael showed you these elevations, but the unique part about this is it's a combination of detached and semi-detached. So there's a couple of duplex units, if you will, but the city code calls it semi-detached. But the Units are going to keep their own architectural identity. And this is a flavor. This is the view from the back, and forgive me, this was from that original site plan that showed access from Cotton Alley. Of course, that access won't be there, but we wanted you to see that view from Cotton Alley. And with that access gone, there will be more screening in place in that picture as well. And this is, if I can, oop, pardon me. Again, forgive me, this is the previous site plan, but this is a good representation of what it would look like with plantings and color and density once it's finished. But of course, the plan before you tonight does not have access to Cotton Alley. It has it off of Roswell Street. And let's talk about overhead power. So that red line that I've shown there is where that we would like to move that power line to. It is a very minor shift, but what it does is it causes that existing pole here to be in between two units and in front of somebody's window or front door. And it also pulls it away from the front of the homes. And the same for the pole up at the corner. It keeps it out over that beauty strip, much like that pole I pointed out to you down at the end of Marietta Street. The reason for that, and I spoke to the architect today, he's going to work on the massing of these facades in the front such that the step backs can be opposite and mirrored one another, so that it has like a larger courtyard type front yard instead of a bunch of individual front yards. That's going to give us an opportunity for some depth between that overhead power line and the front face of these homes, so that we can get some overstory trees planted in that zone where they have a chance to survive instead of being under the power lines where Georgia Power is going to come top them off every 2 or 3 years. And I believe and I'm sorry, Michael did mention stormwater. We have a spot reserved here just in case we need underground. That meets code. I'm not a fan of it personally. We have talked to Victoria Square, and we do have, I'm not going to speak for them, but we do have approval from their board to explore that further. My firm investigated the capacity to get water from this site down to the Victoria Square pond. We surveyed it, did engineering analysis. The pipes are big enough. We can get the water there. The pond down there is actually in decent shape. It's not overgrown like you see a lot of older ponds, but it does need some work. So this project is proposing to Victoria Square at this project's expense to clean out the pond, get it up to code, add a little bit of capacity to meet our needs, and then turn it back over to the Victoria Square HOA, where these homeowners would, part of their annual dues would divert over to Victoria Square for that maintenance. And then you've got consolidated stormwater instead of a lot of
10 minutes time.
instead of a lot of separate little ones all around town. I believe that answered most of the questions you had. If you have more, we'll be happy to take those and get you the information you need.
I was going to ask you about that stormwater management, and you just answered that question. I agree with you. If you can get it off-site to a detention facility, I'm not a fan of underground storage or control systems, but you did
Fewer
answer
things
the
to go
question.
wrong.
Any questions for the applicant or further questions?
I have, it's really just probably a detail question. I noticed in your artistic renderings that there would be like little walkways from the front street-facing facades of the homes to the
Yes.
street. But in the site plan, I'm not seeing anything quite like that. I'm particularly wondering how that would work on the Cotton Alley-facing properties.
And thank you for that question, and forgive me, this plan was moved, it was fairly fluid up until just about a week ago, and one of the conditions that Michael placed there says that those homes, number 6, 7, and 8 on the plan, do have to architecturally appear to face Cotton Alley. And I've talked to the architect about that, and there will be steps and a sidewalk down to the sidewalk on Cotton Alley to address that, so that that is a facade or front face of that. Now,
And there's a brick wall in the way.
it'll be steps.
Okay.
So it won't be easy. Now, I did discuss that with one of the Victoria HOA board members. And if you notice, and if you don't mind, I'll go back to the photograph. I don't think I have a great direct on shot, but here's a decent view. If you see, that's what Victoria Square has facing Cotton Alley now. It's garage doors, a minimal depth driveway, and they do have an entrance there, but those units, that's really almost like their back door. Their front door faces a park that's just to the left of this photograph. So architecturally, those units do face away from Cotton Alley, and we're willing to work with the staff, and David Grace is fantastic at that, but the board member told me that he wouldn't mind if it was the back door facing Cotton Alley, because that's kind of what their back door is. But as long as the conditions are flexible enough for us to do the right thing, that's all we want.
Okay, are you saying that you are looking for a change to the conditions that requires those units? to
No,
be
ma'am, I
placed?
think the conditions are written such that between DRB and the staff, there's enough flexibility there to present a design that makes sense.
Okay.
And if we need to have something that looks forward-facing that way, then David Grace can solve that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Not at this time. Going to open this for public comments. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Seeing none, and in opposition, please come forward.
So my name's Ren Fowler. I'm a resident of Victoria Square, 12,004 Orchid Lane. Been there 16 years, currently the president of the Homeowners Association. So if y'all have any questions for me or the board, I can certainly answer them. I had several things prepared, but I was glad to hear some of the conditions that were put in there. So I think a lot of the concerns that we had were addressed, and I do want to appreciate the time Chris has spent talking to me and Steve. We've been engaged in this project for probably 6+ months with them. So they have definitely addressed several of our concerns that we've had. Driveway access off of Cotton Alley has been moved. Appreciate that. The only thing that I have on here that I did not hear from Michael was related to condition 26. Most of all our concerns dealt with Cotton Alley. So as you can see from those pictures, that center line, property line, he technically owns to the right-hand side. So if there's any construction, staging, or equipment there, people can't use their driveways from a practical standpoint. There just ain't enough room to turn. So I'm glad to see the condition 26 in there, and it seems like Chris and them are okay with that as well. The thing I didn't hear was construction traffic. So I don't know if that was the intent of saying staging or not. I would propose clarifying that condition to make it clear construction traffic is not allowed in there as well, because the only egress route out is through our private roads. And that kind of gets back to the bollard question earlier years ago. That's why those bollards were put back there by the parking lot. People were cutting off, trying to cut off the red light to get to Old Newton. So other than that, one thing I did want to clarify, I believe Chris maybe just misspoke. This picture right here, that's technically the front of our townhomes facing Cotton Alley. So I think he just misspoke. Now, Steve, our other board member, did talk to me about his conversation with Chris about the stairs coming off the back, making it look like it's on the front for their townhomes that are facing Cotton Alley and going down. That's something I haven't discussed with our community, but for me personally, I think it would be a nice look. I don't think there are areas that they can tie into that don't impact that brick wall that's there. There are old cutouts for the old driveways that we're going to go in there. So again, I'm speaking for myself on that particular topic since I haven't spoken to our residents.
Those were very friendly comments.
They've done a great job of addressing a lot of our concerns. The biggest ones was Cotton Alley. So, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see none. I'm going to ask Chris whether you have anything else to add before I turn this over to the board. He didn't hear me. Chris, you have anything else to add before I turn it over to the board?
No, sir, I think that's the friendliest comment I've received in a presentation from the Homeowner Association, so I appreciate that. And thank you for your questions. They're all spot on, and again, as you're discussing this, if you got anything else, we'll be glad to.
If you can add a comment on the construction traffic, that's one of the things he
So
mentioned.
the construction traffic, yeah, you know, would it be better if we could access that from a construction standpoint? I believe your career, you would understand that, yes, but we also understand the sensitivity. And at the end of the day, there's another condition that we are agreeable with, that right-of-way will be dedicated to the city, so then it will be fully city right-of-way. But no, we're comfortable with that. There will need to be, just to be forthright, there will need to be some enforcement done on our part to educate the contractors, because you hire a contractor, he hires a subcontractor, and then he has labor show up. They don't know the instructions, and they're going to go the shortest distance where they can park to their work site. So there'll have to be some cones and signage and some other information out there, and the superintendent will have his hands full, but we're okay with that.
Would you be opposed to on condition number 26, adding to a construction staging plan and traffic control plan.
I believe the condition speaks to a staging plan that we will do as part of the land disturbance permit for the city to review and approve. Is that what you were speaking?
We can add a statement regarding construction traffic control.
Hmm? Yeah, we can add that. That'd be
Yeah.
part of that. Yeah, we'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, perfect. All right. I'm going to turn this over to the board for discussion and a motion.
Mr. Michael, can I ask you to come up? Just, I know that we received some red lines this afternoon, and I wanted to get your thoughts about the changes that the applicant was asking for.
Okay. I think these were the changes, conditions 6, 8, and 17. Our preference would be, we believe that in order for us to support these changes, the applicant's changes to these conditions, we really need to see a landscape plan to confirm that we would be able to get the required landscaping along the streets. So for this evening, we would recommend that those 3 conditions remain as staff is recommending. I believe the applicant has a little bit more time before City Council to maybe work on that landscape plan. And at that time, we may be able to get more comfortable with these changes.
Thanks for the clarification insight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone ready to make a motion?
I will offer a motion to approve Z-25-10/V-25-22, Leviton/75 and 91 Roswell Street, subject to the 27 conditions as read by Michael, with one change to condition number 26. And that is adding in the second sentence, a construction staging plan and construction traffic control plan shall be provided with the LDP, subject to final approval by staff.
Second?
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussions?
I do have one comment. Should we make reference to the public-private park on the corner and make note that we would like that to be open to public, maintained by private? No? Okay.
Also, just make a comment. I want to thank the applicant on this one. You know, you guys got some, quite a bit of reasonable and actionable input from the public. And it's pretty, I knew before I came in after studying the packet that, you know, because we get the emails from the public, and it's very clear that you guys took that reasonable and actionable input and acted upon it, and you ended up with a better application and hearing than if you had not. So it's always better when it's reasonable and actionable to get that addressed prior instead of having it all come out in the laundry tonight. So thank you for that.
All right. There's no further discussions. Oh, did you hear a resolution regarding the park? A comment was made.
I think you did get resolution, right?
My comment in reply was, it doesn't seem to require definition and conditions. It's,
Okay.
as is fine.
I think I didn't hear what you said, and that is correct. Doesn't need to be a condition of zoning. All right, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries, and you know when to take it to council on the 23rd. Thank you for coming. Does the board need a break? Need a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
No. I haven't to go into my second stash yet, so. Yeah.
You don't have to stay, unless you want. You don't have,
I didn't hear any compelling reason. If there is one, that's why we have discussion that's absent of that. She couldn't defend it and would have denied it. Exactly. We were sued.
Thank you all for being patient with me on the timing. It's just, I don't want to get involved procedural due process issues, so I won't be butting in anymore, don't I?
No,
nothing to do on the Thursday. No, I'm an interrupter. You know, they're, at the city council, that screen shows the time.
Yeah, that's what I
But I have no idea whether that's capable.
I will be able to, those guys come, just take my phone.
Either way.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
even I don't keep asking what time is, I can tell them by seeing.
Yeah. It's tough. That's tough. Well, anyway, y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for having me as always.
All right. Michael, we have two long ones.
We've probably all got the same slides.
I have some you haven't seen.
I bet I've seen them.
You're smart, you brought your Diet Coke.
I'm trying not to drink too much. I think it's a little bit of sleep.
There wasn't, and because there was, I didn't have
No, 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 no.
Parking and neighbors, but I think a major problem with me is I represent landlords and also product owners. I think that those 15,000 feet are, you have a vacant space that won't be used throughout the whole, and the church can say that they need it or use it or lease it somewhere else. But I don't think it could be a good.
You asked good questions of him. Yeah, okay. I was just, because I couldn't tell.
No,
And
I would have loved to have poked at that.
No, but
My concern is they're only using 2,000 square feet for auditorium.
well, and that's one of the people that spoke, basically said, we want basically on the office.
Well, and you already have that challenge on Windward. I have a client that owns a Class A office building, 250,000 foot building, and it's at risk. Like you need office to revitalize along there, and you need things that aren't that to be
You don't need dead buildings. Yeah, yeah,
So
okay.
that's my,
Yeah.
and then I also am a pastor's candidate, and that is not a place for a church. That's my reading of the situation. There is no drive-by traffic. It's like 60% online. Yeah, that's, it won't maintain.
Okay.
I have several thoughts, but
Appreciate that.
that's why.
Well, wait, throw you. Second time?
Yeah.
Doing good? Well, invited. She knows she was. I was gonna say, she didn't want to make it obvious that she was here.
No.
And good for her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and so, I am a friend of
Okay.
and on a Windward board. And the Windward, and the Windward.
Well, it's not economically. You need more kind of driver. You already have enough on the table that you can convert it.
Yeah, so I just felt like I didn't approve those. I don't know what we need to do. I get yeah.
We need to resume the meeting when everybody's back in.
Yeah, I hear you, and you can ask that question. What one is it?
No, correct.
We have one more, and
What
then
did you
we'll
do?
get started.
He turned them off.
Here it is. This meeting is in order. The next item is MP-26-03/CLUP-2601, 2601V2602 TPG Brookside West. And Ms. Kathy Cook will be presenting.
Thank you, Chairman. And if I could just take a few minutes to talk about the Brookside Plan. Just to remind everybody, I think this is helpful to show everybody why we're here. And we've had so many different cases we've looked at Brookside. And this starts back in 2020. course, you know, what happened in 2020 with the pandemic, but we were looking at different office parks in Alpharetta prior to that because we knew that we had an issue with suburban office, especially if it was the older office built in the early 90s, late 80s, that didn't have a lot of amenities. So when we looked at the Brookside area and we actually went through a planning process, talked to the surrounding neighborhoods, talked to the largest property owner, which is Georgia State. They have a little bit over 42 acres. We knew we had a 30-acre park. We had the highest vacancy rate of anywhere in the city. And looking at Brookside, 155 acres, if you look at Avalon, 86 acres comparatively. So this is a very, very important for the city that 155 acres has the amenities that it needs, and the whole point of the Brookside plan that was adopted to create a walkable environment. Specifically, now, you know, it's a 25-page document, but specifically we looked at how do we take that existing park, tie it to the other parcels, really build upon what Georgia State has with the trail system that is in place. And when we were talking to the surrounding residents, they said, we would come over there more and use the trails if they were cleared, if they didn't feel as safe on the trails, if they were lit. So those are some of the projects that we plan in the future. Some of the other projects that we've been working on because of the adoption of the Brookside plan is looking at a lane reduction. And the lane reduction would be on Brookside Parkway. And we plan for that to be included within T-Splosh 3 if it passes. But if you look at the existing conditions now within Brookside, where it has the 4 lanes, the plan would be to come in and go to a lane diet, put in 2 lanes, a 12-foot multi-use path that could be for bikes. That would be on the south side, so that would be on the side where Georgia State's located. And then on the north side, there would be an 8-foot sidewalk. So the city is moving forward with the concept plan. We have the concept plan, and then we would have it within the T-Splosh 3 if that's approved. Other things that we've been doing since the plan was adopted in 2021, we've also, the city council approved funding for us to look at a better entrance into the park. So this is the 30-acre park that we have, and working with Portman, this that I'm going to show you is a blow-up of this area in Old Milton. So working with Portman, and this is showing their plan, the first phase of their plan, to the west of the site that you're going to be looking at. And one of the projects that we're working on is how do we make sure that everybody on Old Milton Parkway and across the street knows that there's a 30-acre park. So that's something that we've been working on. The initial cost estimate for that project is going to be about $300,000. So I bring all of this up just to let you know there are several different projects when we put conditions of zoning, different projects that we can work with any of the developers and use impact fee credits that may be off-site, but it really helps all Brookside when it's approved.
That is very exciting.
It is. And if you look at some of the art and the drawings, I mean, it's going to be something very impactful to know that something is happening here, there's improvements, and it's changed. So that's a little overview, and the last thing that I'll mention is that we had the bike share program that was approved, and it had that functional in 2020. The company Zagstra actually filed for bankruptcy, and so we've been going through that process, and George has been working on that to find a replacement, and we think that we'll have it soon, that recommendation soon, within the next couple of months. And one of the stations that's going to be important to the city, of course, is making sure that there's a station at Georgia State. And lastly, before I go into the specific project, we have been regularly meeting with Georgia State and informing them of different projects that we're working on, because they were one of the big, of course, they're the largest property owners. So we went to them in 2020 They said, make it walkable, change it, make it a mixed-use area, and they come back to us. So we've been regularly working with them and keeping them updated on the progress. They did ask us if we could get a Chick-fil-A, which I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we've been able to, of course, get the retail that they can walk to, which will be coming out of the ground this fall. Yeah, I know. And they had actually mentioned a Chipotle, and we said, well, the Arby's, has converted. So I guess they probably, with their surveys, the student surveys, they get a lot of food requests. All right, so I just wanted to go through that just for a minute, just to show you, we have been working on that plan, not just what you see, what we bring forward, but there's a lot of other projects and stakeholders that we continue to talk to. So this specific plan we're looking at, you can see the area on the screen. And the applicant, Portman Holdings, is requesting a master plan amendment, comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning and variance to allow for the redevelopment of a 5-story, 130,000 square foot office building with 104 for-sale townhomes on approximately 8.76 acres in the Brookside Master Plan. A master plan amendment is requested to allow the proposed residential development. They'll also need a comprehensive land use plan amendment. And that's another thing I didn't mention, but the Brookside plan didn't have any recommendations for future land use changes. That was left open to see what would come forward. Variances are requested to reduce the front setback on Brookside Parkway, reduce minimum unit width, and reduce buffers. The property is located at 3650 Brookside Parkway near the southeast corner of Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway. Let me show you that plan. And just looking at this, of course, this is the Portman mixed use that was approved to the west. They'll be removing one of the office buildings. It was 335 apartments, 69 townhomes, as well as the food concept. And then Georgia State, which is located to the south. This is a restaurant that's located to the north. And this is the mansions. It's not assisted living, but it's age restricted. Here's their site plan. Again, 104 townhomes. They do have a mix of different unit widths. They have, now it's going to be hard for me to read, there's 36 of the 22 with townhomes. They have 26 of the 20s, and then 42, 18. So 40% of the townhomes that they're requesting do not meet our 20-foot width requirement, so they are requesting a width of 18 feet. Some of the other locations that we have that is the Atlee development on Haynes Bridge. I also have 15-foot widths at the Gathering that's at Morrison and Haynes Bridge. So this is something that we have permitted in the past. Again, the property is zoned O&I. It was developed in 1999 with the 5-story office building. The master plan was approved originally in 1997, and it was never developed at its full potential. So it is, Brookside is permitted 1.6 million square feet of office, but it's developed at about half of that, that is allowed. And the Brookside area was one of the top 3 areas that was listed within our comprehensive land use plan. We had North Point Mall, we had South Main Street and the Brookside area as the top areas that the residents had noted should be redeveloped. The new internal street network consists of 2 private streets, so all of the streets will be private. Currently, they do have a curb cut that's located on the west of the property, and that will be removed. So the only curb cut that they have is an existing shared curb cut that they have with the mansions, so that will remain. They are asking for approval for it to be gated. We are not recommending approval of gating. We don't recommend approval of gating within downtown, within part of a mixed-use development. So that's not something that we are recommending, but they are requesting. About .8 acres of amenity space is shown within the development. They have 3 pocket parks. You can see those here. They also have some small parks that are located on the western side, and the community park with pool and mail kiosk are depicted on the site plan. Most of the street trees are going to be saved, and the reason that they need the variance to move these closer to the street is that's something that was recommended also within the Brookside plan. Of course, if you look at the setbacks, they were over 100 feet. That is not what you want to see within a walkable mixed-use development. It's also very good for the school across the street. If you're at the school, this property sits up high, so it's going to be important that these, the architecture and the townhomes, have a lot of detail towards the street. They have the walkout and they have the connections to the street. And here's the architecture that they submitted. So another one of our conditions is that they remain the brick that they're showing here, the majority brick, but we also have a condition that says that states that the walkouts, that these should be heavier architecturally and that they should really beef these up. And what that means is the ones that they're showing here are probably only about 3 feet in width, so we're looking for something that's wider, that really has more depth along the front. So we've talked to them about that condition. You won't see any changes to the street with the sidewalks, although I talked about what the future of Brookside will be with the wider sidewalks. That is something that's going to be done in the existing right-of-way. So if this project is approved, they will leave the existing sidewalks and the trees. And if the city does receive funding in the future and moves forward with the lane diet, that's something that will be constructed within the existing right-of-way, so those trees would not be impacted. We did look at the traffic. 104 townhomes will generate 46 a.m. peak hour trips and 51 p.m. peak hour trips. The townhome development would represent an 82% decrease in a.m. peak hour trips and 79% decrease in p.m. peak hour trips. So this is quite a reduction. And when you look at the streets within Alpharetta, only Old Milton Parkway has the highest vehicular daily traffic. It's 50,000 trips per day. Only Georgia 400 has higher trips. Main Street's around 33,000, North Point Parkway around 26,000. So very heavy traffic, so this would be a reduction in that traffic. And then schools, we did send the development to Fulton County Schools, and they came back and said that from anywhere from 6 to 51 school-aged children could reside at the property. After reviewing, looking at the Brookside plan, we are recommending approval. We're recommending approval because the 2040 comp plan identifies Old Milton Parkway east of 400 as a priority area in need of development. It also promotes retrofitting and mixed-use patterns to create more activity within that node. And then also, the applicant did have the citizen participation plan, and they stated that letters were mailed to each property owner within 500 feet. And the report states that they did not, they received one comment, which was in support of the proposal. And then the community zoning information meeting was held on January 14th. There were no public comments on the sign-in sheet. And we are recommending approval subject to 25 conditions. One deals with the rezoning and the site plan. And I think I have a copy. I have a copy. I think the chairman had asked me last time to bring a copy to put. And of course, now I don't have it with me. So I'll walk through those conditions. 2, the property shall be limited to no more than 104 dwelling for sale attached units, maximum building height 3 stories. 3 deals with the architecture. 4 No more than 46 townhome units shall have a minimum unit width of 18 feet. 5 townhome buildings fronting on Brookside Parkway shall have a sidewalk connection to the sidewalk along Brookside Parkway approved by staff. 6 deals with the fencing. 7, the building setbacks. 8, landscape strips. 9, the buffers. 10, developers shall provide a line of sight study to replace landscaping to screen garage doors from Brookside Parkway as approved by staff. 11, the open space. 12, the proposed development shall not be gated. And then 13, requiring that they close that existing curb cut that's located on the western side. 14, improve the line of sight. And 15 deals with the internal streets. 16, alleys terminating, of course, have to be landscaped. 17 just requires additional sidewalk connection, and that's here on the site plan, just so you have additional public access. Access for the development. 18, site plan shall accommodate the Brookside Parkway road diet. Again, that's going to be entirely within the right-of-way. 19, pedestrian crosswalk shall require further coordination with staff as part of the LDP process, and that is here. That's a crosswalk. Of course, getting people into the Portman development to the west. 20, developer shall identify a trail construction enhancement project in the Brookside small area plan and implement the project in exchange for impact fee credits as approved by staff. And I showed you a little bit of what that is. I mean, that could be a $300,000 enhancement into the park, or it could just be lighting on the existing trails. That's something that will work with Portman because they will have on the western side over $2 million in impact fees. We want to make sure that we put a lot of focus on that park and getting people over to the 30-acre public park. And as part of that too, we are continuing to apply for grants, over $3 million in grants to try to get a bridge that will connect at Brookside Park over to the Big Creek Greenway. And then also 21, this is saving the existing oak tree. 22, retaining walls shall receive architectural facade treatment and or be heavily landscaped as approved by staff. Retaining walls visible from developed areas exceeding 16 feet in height shall be terraced and landscaped. 23, developer shall provide an original sculpture, minimum 12 feet in height at the project entrance. Final approval by the city's Cultural Arts Commission. And 24, no unfinished wood decks or fencing shall be visible from Brookside Parkway. And 25, no more than 10% of the townhome units shall be rented as stated in the HOA covenants. And they did have some requests, I think, that were printed for you, some changes requested for their conditions. And staff is okay with their requested changes except for 3. We want to keep the covered walkouts on there versus porches. Because if they do have side steps or even like they have at the Atlee, which this will be different than the Atlee, but if you have steps, you'll have a wall that's in front of the steps if it's going up to the door, things like that. So any type of entrance, we want to make sure that that's architecturally hefty along the front. And then on 12, we would prefer, of course, that they keep condition 12. But that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
So you're okay with everything but number 12 and number 3?
Yes.
I was going to ask about 12 with respect to gating it. Is it because the code says you don't allow gating in the downtown, or is there another reason?
It says that we don't allow it in the downtown, and we also, in general, through our recommendations, have not recommended gating if it's within a mixed use, part of a mixed use development. Just like in Avalon, I mean, you don't have gated developments in Avalon. They may wish they did it sometimes, but so we, in general, we don't pick and choose with mixed use developments. And so we do not recommend gating with any mixed use developments. It's certainly up to the Planning Commission and City Council, but that's just staff is not.
Kathy, where exactly on your map do they were proposing this gate? And I was, in all my years of being up here on council, I'm not a big fan of gating for more safety reasons than anything. Where?
It's here. So it sits back, but it's still gating, and we do not recommend approval of gating. And they'll have a fence along the front, similar to what they have at Atlee, but we put a condition 4-foot max, and it'll have brick columns. They didn't give a picture of what that would look like, but it's very decorative along Atlee, so we do think that that's a nice look when you have the gates and you have the fence that does have the brick columns. But the interior gating is just not something that we support or recommend.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Kathy, quick question about condition 14, about improving site distances. Could you expand on that a little bit? Would this be like reducing some landscaping or?
And I'll let George answer that if he wants to. I think you've been talking to them about the site distance.
Yeah, so right now, the existing condition, there's limited site distance. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So in conversation with the applicant and his civil engineers, we've been coordinating and will continue coordinating, if approval, during the LDP phase to identify how to maximize the site distance to meet minimum standards.
Could that be landscaping that's moved,
Yeah.
things like that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not
Or
like a
how
full-
landscaping can be accommodated in order to meet the minimum site distance.
Okay, so you're not talking about affecting the curvature of the road or anything like that. It's more,
No,
Okay.
it's related to existing elevations that will be removed during construction if approved. So there are a lot of more moving parts that need vetted during the later
okay,
project
thank you.
phase.
And then Kathy, I had one more question. You
Sure.
mentioned that the Atlee has some 18-foot product. You know what relative proportion of all of Atlee is the 18-foot?
No, but I'm sure the Providence Group is here, and they built the Atlee, so they'll probably tell you. And it is something, you know, we get a lot of pressure about the price of homes, and we're not really able to accommodate affordable housing, but we have seen that with workforce housing, houses are getting smaller. So even with, it's my understanding, even with these 18-foot widths, they're still 2,200 square feet. And we're also seeing that townhomes are becoming first-time buyers. You know, typically, many years ago, a first-time buyer may not consider with family getting townhomes, but they are considering those for a number of reasons because of the price and also the location, because most of the locations that we're looking at putting the townhomes close to parks and trails. So it is somewhere that people want to live. And I do know, even with the gathering, when the 15-foot wide townhomes were approved, those were the first ones sold. I was sold by Brockbuild, so, yeah, so it is a trend. It's probably a trend, I mean, something a lot of us, you know, haven't seen, but it's something we are seeing more of than we have in the past. But they can answer the question, I think, about percentage.
All right. Yes.
And then, did you talk to him at all about detached housing with townhomes? Was that ever in conversation?
No, we did not have that conversation.
You have a question?
I do. Kath, I have just a couple. Generally speaking, with dense townhomes, we usually have a condition about HVAC units being screened from right-of-ways
Yeah,
and
that-
public right-of-ways, so I don't see that in here.
That could be something that should be added because, you know, although we have, they've screened it in the past, this developer, you know, it's not subject to a certain developer, so it is always good to include those in case it wasn't, in case it was built by a different developer.
Got it. And then could you put up or speak to the type of fencing that will be around the entire development? I know that, I see that there's shadow box fencing on one section and then
Yes.
decorative aluminum, so.
So the shadow box would actually be along this property line, along the mansions, of course with landscaping. And then it would also be along the northern property line where it abuts the restaurant property. And then they also have the metal, which we have a condition in there that would be no higher than 4 feet. And it's to make it sure it's more decorative than a security-looking fence. We also talked to them in condition, and they agreed that they would put in the brick columns. And I can't tell from their plan, but it looks like it's maybe every 20 feet, 25? 50 feet, so it is every 50 feet. So we'll look at the Atlee prior to going to council and make sure it's very similar to what was approved along Haynesbridge Road, because that's a more decorative fence instead of a security-looking fence. And when you go to 4 feet, that's how you make it to where it doesn't look too much of a security fence.
And so is the shadow box version, is that to provide more privacy between the, yeah?
Yeah, so that's for the privacy between the commercial here and here. And we'll require that to be screened too, so that you can't, with evergreens.
Right, okay. My last question is probably more of a comment, and which is about the variance for the width of the townhomes.
Yes.
So when you look at the criteria for variances, it talks about hardships. And I don't really, I'm not sure I understand the supporting of it, because I don't think it, from me, from the way I'm interpreting it, it's not necessarily a hardship that is requiring a exception to our code. It seems like it's more of a preference in regards to, you know, different type of product.
And it may be, but to us, it is a hardship when you have 130,000 square foot office, you have an existing parking lot that's going to be removed. So, and also with this property, it's not the typical shape. So this isn't going into a greenfield property. So to us, it was a hardship because of the existing building that's located in the property, as well as the shape of the property.
Has the city considered making changes, permanent changes to the width of the townhomes?
We need to, yes, because, you know, and I was looking at, you know, 26 years ago when this was built, I was looking at our commercial square footage has doubled, our office has doubled, but we really haven't changed that, and it is something that we should probably move forward to change. Several things that we need to change, because, you know, we do see things now that are different than, of course, 25 years ago. So we do need to look at making some changes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we have no further questions from Ms. Cook. I'll ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Members of the commission, my name's Kirk Feldstuhl, Smith, Gambrell, and Russell, 1105 West Peachtree Street in Atlanta. We are here with the Providence Group, who you all know, and we've got Warren and Clint and Mike. We've also got a representative. The owner of the property is Portman, and we've got a representative of Portman with us. I think Kathy's done a great job of kind of talking through the master plan, the small area plan. You guys are very familiar with it. You understand that it's the vision and also sort of the economic necessity to redevelop this area. And as one example, she talked about the high vacancy rates for office. This particular office has an 86% vacancy. So it is a project that needs to be redeveloped. This townhome community is one that fits well within that vision, which, as we all know, is to create a more walkable, more residential community that will support the residential retail. And you can see, I'm not going to belabor the point, but you can. We tried to illustrate here the townhome community that we're proposing in the middle, and to the left or to the west is where the Portman Parkside has already been entitled, and Kathy did a job of explaining that to you. And to the south, we've got Georgia State University, and then there's another project, the Reserve, which is that you can see overlaid, which is another project that that we've already got entitled, and you know the details of that. One thing I want to focus on, I think, for a minute is we know as part of this redevelopment effort, it's not just the addition of the of additional development, but also some of the infrastructure. And we also know that Parkside Parkway is an important element of that. So I wanted to show you. This, and Clint, I may ask you for some technical help here. Yeah, just to get bigger. Good. This is the same site plan that you've already seen. There is one addition that I'm going to show you really for illustration purposes, and we'll work with the staff to decide whether they want us to submit it or not, and I'll tell you about that in a moment. It's the same development, but we've articulated one of the conditions in the site plan related to access. And but kind of going back to Brookside Parkway, there are features of that parkway that we know are important for the infrastructure project, this road diet, which is really part of making this area more walkable and accessible. And so there are several items that I wanted to mention. First, you can see those street trees that are, if you've driven out there, they are nice street trees, they're mature, and we have as a condition that we will maintain those, except at the entrance where we've got to address the site, the ability to kind of see from the roadway, but at the access point. The next thing I wanted to show you, and Kathy talked about it a little bit, if you see along there, there is this road diet project, which we will, we're not going to do anything that will prohibit that, so we'll be able to accommodate that project. But as part of the accessibility, one of the conditions that we agreed to was the ability to access the roadway from the development. And it raises this, I just want to make sure we're clear about this topic of gating the community. Although the access point for cars will be gated, there will be access points that are
postponed.
It will be the gate will allow access from the community. And so we've tried to illustrate that in one of the conditions. Each one of these buildings will have an access point onto the parkway. The fencing is decorative. It is not designed to keep pedestrians out of the development. And so we've tried to illustrate that with this with the site plan. The other thing I think is important along the parkway to understand is that all of these units will be front-facing towards the parkway, so that it will be it'll be that more traditional neighborhood that we are used to from the parkway. And as Kathy had said, that the facades, and we'll show you a little bit of that, but the facades will all be primarily brick, and so along with recessed access from the outside, so that it looks more like you would hope. The next thing that I wanted to show you is these are in terms of the amenities, we've got, let me go back here first, we've got 3 pocket parks in terms of the green space, one really at each end of the development, one in the middle, along with a swimming pool and a pool house. And these are, you can see the illustrations here. I wanted for you to be able to see, though, that these are more than just green spaces. They are community gathering places. So you can see there are chair swings, for example, fireplace there, and then there is seating that's oriented so that the pocket parks are a community gathering space. In terms of the architecture, you've seen that the way that maybe you could help me it's consistent with the other projects in the area. It's also consistent with the city's guidelines, and it's got rear entry with the alleyways, as we've discussed, but it's also what I would call the architecture is kind of varied and blended, so that you can so that it has a very attractive look to it. And then I did want to show you so the buildings will be front facing towards the parkway. There are 2 buildings that will have a side view, but the architecture will be so that it appears to be front-facing. And this is an elevation that will show you those, what side entries will look like. I think at this point, what I'm going to do is turn it over to Warren. Warren's going to talk a little bit about a couple of the conditions and about some of the details of the development. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Planning Commission. Warren Jolly, President of Providence Group, 456 West Paces Ferry Road, Atlanta, Georgia. I think there's a couple things that we really want to. One thing was in the conditions was the gated portion. We've done several communities in Alpharetta gated. Some of them are on the Alpha Loop, Chelsea Walk, Atlee. We actually did, we were involved in, we did Milton Park Residential, which is the big gateway, Green Path was there. So we never want to run out pedestrians. And when Kathy says a mixed-use community, these are a mixture of uses across the street, but there's not a mixture of uses within our development. In our history of building houses, gates make a big difference. It's not really a security deal, it's just a lock up and leave. Again, the Providence Group, we do highly amenitized amenities. We maintain all the yards, maintain all the exteriors, maintain all the roofs. It's a lock up and leave lifestyle. And sometimes people like to have the security of a gate. So we like to keep that back in. The architecture, I think we'll work everything out with staff. We like to have porches. Some of the elevations, if you look, have porches. So we want to make sure a porch counts without taking the porch off. Go back to the brick elevation, right there. So every time we come to Alpharetta, a new project.
It's time.
Kathy
It's
always
10
says, what's
minutes,
the architecture going to
Francis.
look like? It's a big
10
deal. How long?
Okay, I'll give him a few more minutes.
We're done?
No, you can go for another 3 minutes.
Well, two things I want to point out. We can build the whole project and have the same number of units with 20-foot wide units. What we want, this is 7 Norcross, where this was built in this historic downtown. When you build a townhome building, they pretty much all replicate, and they all look the same. What we're trying to do is build a streetscape. Look at that top left. You have a 22-foot wide unit that has an elevator. You have a 20-foot wide unit that has porches. You have 2 18-foot wide units that share each other, that have a sweeping copper roof, and then you have a 22-foot unit. What we try to do is design different lifestyles for different demographics. So somebody buying a 22-foot unit with an elevator is not going to buy an 18-foot unit, and you get different price points. So when you do that, you get a diversity in neighborhood. If you build all 20-foot units, they're all the same house. So just want to point that out. So we think this is a better thing than building 20-foot units with a mixture. We have 18-foot units in Echo Park, and then the one by the cooler, also Atlee, Ivy Brook. And so there's 2-car garages too, so they're not just, but that was the main thing I want to point out with the gates and also the architecture. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy.
Thank you. All right. Does the board have any questions for the applicant? I hear no questions at this time. They may come back and ask a question. Anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, anyone in opposition? No one in favor, no one in opposition. All right. Anything else you'd like to add before I turn it over to the board? Nothing? All right. I'm turning this over to the board for discussion and or emotion. I would like to start by commenting on the gating. For a product like this, I'm inclined to support the applicant in terms of having a gate. And I've seen this in so many different developments in other places where it maintains the, because you don't want people to be wandering in and out just to look around or drive around, and it does pose a security threat. So that's why I was asking the question. It's because the code says it, or there is, or indicates, or mandates, or there is another reason. And for products that are this quality in an area like this, I am inclined to support a gate. But the board will need to decide whether to support that, and council ultimately will make that final decision. The product looks very good. I'm excited about the additions the city is going to make on the park. Every time I'm running up that road, I turn right, and like I wish there was some places I could just weave in and out, but it's coming, and that's a great thing. So my comments.
I am torn on the gate for a couple of reasons. One is I live in a gated townhome community, and the amount of traffic that comes through there, that is just the delivery traffic, is astronomical. And the amount of malfunctions with the gate and cars backing up, even though there obviously looks like there is a significant stacking location there, it's problematic in a 100-and-something, I think, townhome community. That's my first concern about the gate. The second one is, I think, in regards to the small area plan for Brookside, it is in conflict, in my opinion, about the small area plan and what the city is envisioning there, and the lane diet with Brookside Parkway, and trying to enhance as much walkability as possible. It just, that to me is a hindrance in regards to the gated component. I love the plan itself. I was happy to hear Commissioner Chris ask about single family and whether that was consideration or not. I think the amount of townhomes that we see coming out of the ground is pretty astronomical in our city, and I understand that this is an area that has some unique needs and office vacancies, and so there's some considerations there. But I'm also, I live in a townhome, and my garage is 18 feet wide, and I know what that is like, living in that kind of an environment. And I appreciate the desire to have different product offerings there, but we could also have 20 foot and 22 feet and 24 feet product offerings there. So it's not that that's not achievable without an 18-foot townhome. And I think with the amount of townhomes and the amount of variances that have been given in the past, I'm challenged with thinking that that's the right thing for the city, and that that product in 20, 30 years will be of the same caliber as other townhomes that are not so constrained. So those are my comments. I think overall, I love the amount of open space. I think the community space is terrific, and I think I'm not sure if there is commitment for an off-site trail or if that's something you're going to consider, but I think that would be certainly an added benefit. But those are my comments.
You covered a lot of ground.
Chairman. Chairman. First off, I want to thank the Providence Group for what you have done in the city of Alpharetta over the years. And it's a trusted product, and it's been very successful for our community. At the same point, I love the traffic study. That's really nice. However, since 86% of the current occupants do not occupy it, I really don't see how it's going to affect traffic on Old Milton Parkway, and that is a sword that I will continue to swing since I live off of Old Milton Parkway, and that resolution, Mr. Traffic Engineer, has never been resolved. This project is very dear and close to my heart, and probably closer to anyone on up here, since you guys are going to be literally my neighbor. I live in Parkbrook, and our community backs directly up to Brookside. And so from that standpoint, you know, I like the project. As far as the architectural thing, I get both sides. However, I'm going to go with what so far the Providence Group has done in our city. I would lean to what they currently have and have done in the city. And so I trust if that's what's going to sell product, that's going to sell product. And the biggest thing is for us to redevelop that area. I think this is a very, very good option. And so very supportive of this thing. The gate thing, I concur. I don't like it. I don't like it as a visitor because if you don't have the code, you can't get in, and then you got to call someone, you got to get in. And more importantly, if that's a hindrance to one of our you know, emergency vehicles, especially our ambulance service, that's a problem. And you can't say it's not. You can't say it's always going to work. And so at the same point, it's not a sword I'm going to die on. That is something council can determine more. But everything else I'm very supportive of.
So I'll share my thoughts. I visited the property today and stood in the middle of that 597 space sea of parking spaces. Looked at the big 5-story building. There were like 6 cars in the parking lot, and mine was one of them. So anything we can do to convert legacy vacant office space to residential, I'm in support of that. I also like how it's consistent, and it's a priority, actually, a 24 comp plan. And then similar to what Commissioner Aiken said, I kind of trust, I liked what Mr. Jolly said about the rationale for the 18-foot wide units and why they're doing that. And we want that look and feel. We don't want a military barrack-looking style where all the fronts come out the same and they're all the same size and all that kind of thing. On the gate, you know, I'm in support of the gate because I think if within that development, if it was truly mixed use within the development, and cars, like I wanted to go over there and eat dinner at a restaurant or shop at a retail store, the gate would obviously get in the way of that. But all there is inside that gate are owner-occupied townhomes. So I live in Rose downtown. I kind of wish mine was gated, but that's another topic. So I'm going to be in support of staff's recommendation on this to approve.
Mr. Commissioner. I'm very familiar with this building as well. I lease office space for my job. I've been in this building, and it is very, very empty and in need of purposing. So very excited for your repositioning, very excited for it, and then the future of the development as a whole. Very good. I did voice my concern a little bit earlier of multi-purposing this more than just townhome after townhome after townhome. I think there are a lot of those projects, and to make this interesting, I do think there could be some single families or detached mixed in with townhomes. I mean, candidly, I think there are a lot of townhomes, and that would provide another option for a different type of buyer as well. But generally, as well as the gate, I'm indifferent. It's not something that I have a decision on. I do think we do need to include the HVAC unit screen language you mentioned earlier. Let's not forget that.
I spent quite a bit of time at Georgia State at campus, quite a few classes over there, and recall standing in a break between classes and staring at that big parking lot and going, gee, I wish that was something else. You know, it will be nice for it to have a very different look and feel, to feel more villagey. I also am excited about the prospect of, and I hope this comes to pass, that Georgia State will be expanding its campus there. That will, I think, add to an overall sense of in-town university mixed use. Regarding the gate, got a real feel for how students drive and look for shortcuts. The gate would actually serve to discourage people looking for shortcuts through your development. So in that sense, I do support the use of a gate there, even though it's contrary to the philosophy of mixed use. I get that it's an island within an island, so I can support the gate.
And then it's true, they break a lot, especially when you have a lot of people coming in and out, and such a nuisance even when they're there, but for security reasons and to make sure people are not just driving around, adding more traffic and creating a potential security threat or hazard. That's the reason I'm inclined to support the gate.
Mr. Jolly, if you got a second, I'm familiar with the way you do your air conditioning unit. Could you tell them, my peers up here on the commission, how you do that?
Say the question one more time. I couldn't hear you.
The air conditioned units, how are they screened?
Yeah, they're all in the rear of the driveways, and then we have little walls that break it up. And the other thing about when you mix units like this, I haven't shown you a picture of the back, but the back looks as much as good as the front because the backs are staggered, so you have bigger areas to put them in than just being straight back, and then they're all sitting there. So when you move the fronts and make all that relief, we have the same thing going on the back.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone ready to make a motion?
If you hear hesitation, it's because we're trying to figure out the conditions.
Or slowing down, it's almost, actually, it's 9:30. So that will be done by now.
I move to approve MP-26-03, CLUP-2601/Z-2601/V-26-02, Brookside West, subject to staff's conditions, with the exception of number 3, which would be what the developer has requested. As far as number 3, so I don't know how, Kat, where are you? How do you want to, if I want to do that, I'm sorry I'm going against your condition, but. The porch condition.
I mean, for number 3, I think it's fine the way he has it. I mean, when he explained that, we can work with him. If he's thinking that it's going to cause the removal of the porches, that wasn't the intent.
Okay. So I can stay with number 3?
Yes.
For
George.
now, like I said, we'll let council deal with the gate issue, so I'll leave it alone.
So, just a question, does that mean you want the gate to be allowed or not allowed?
For now.
Allowed for now for the vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Motion carries. It's going to go before council on March the 23rd, and council always makes the final decision. Thank you very much. Now we are on the last item for tonight, CLUP-25-05/Z-25-18/B-25-32 McKinley Homes / Morris Road, and Michael will be presenting.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The last item before you this evening is a request for comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning, and variance to allow a mixed-use development consisting of 110 for-sale condominium units, 207,000 square feet of office, which is existing on the property, and 5,000 square feet of retail restaurant use. This is on a 15-acre property, and it is located in the Windward Parkway and Highway 9 Strategic Master Plan. I'm going to refer to that as the Windward LCI for this evening, so I'll have to repeat that. The proposed density of this development would be 7.35 dwelling units per acre. A comprehensive land use plan amendment is requested from corporate office to mixed use, and a rezoning is requested from O&I office institutional to MU mixed use. There's a variance request related to the MU zoning district to reduce the minimum lot size and to reduce the minimum commercial percentage in that zoning district. I have the location map for this property. It is located at 12725 and 12735 Morse Road. The property is developed with 2 four-story office buildings. There's also approximately 828 surface parking spaces, and this development is known as Deerfield Point. As I mentioned, this property is in the Windward LCI. That LCI was updated in 2024. This is one of the first projects that is coming forward to you since that plan was updated in 2024. And that plan was a joint plan between the City of Alpharetta and the City of Milton, as well as the True North 400 CID. And just because we've not had a project within this LCI yet, I did pull a few exhibits out of the LCI to show you and just familiarize you with that. The plan envisions this subject property as part of a town center development. It talks about repurposing, repositioning, and rebuilding the existing environment. And one of the ways to do that, the plan talks about constructing higher density housing and integrating that into existing and future uses on properties such as public parks, retail, trails, and that is viewed as the most effective way to attract new residents to this particular area. There is a connection, so the property actually sits approximately here on the plan. Morris Road is the cutoff between the City of Alpharetta, north side is City of Milton, and this connection right here is a connection that is depicted going through the subject property as well as the shopping center to the south. That connection would provide vehicular and pedestrian connection. It would promote pedestrian-scaled redevelopment of the shopping center to the south, and it would provide access to a greater residential area that is envisioned on this property as well as in the Deerfield area in the City of Milton. Also, the City of Milton has a future Deerfield Lake Loop, which is depicted here. That's a 1 mile recreational loop around the existing lake that is adjacent to the Verizon campus. There's also trailhead that is depicted on the applicant's subject property that would provide access to that Deerfield Lake Loop. With the trail system that is proposed within the Windward LCI, there were trail amenities, and this just kind of gives you a flavor of what those could look like. Some of this was also clipped and put into the staff report, being that this was one of the first redevelopment projects going through that area. Also, the LCI identifies on the City of Milton side, which is directly across the street from this development. So this development is proposed on the south side of Morris Road, and there is a 7-acre property currently part of the Verizon campus. 8-acre property that is across the street, developed property that is envisioned in the plan as becoming a public park amenity and event facility to take advantage of the lake, and this is kind of a depiction of what that could potentially look like. Again, that is in the City of Milton, and City of Milton has dedicated resource to implementing this plan. And there's actually just up a little further north up Morris Road, there was an office development that was just recently approved to add apartment units within the parking lot of that office site. This is just an exhibit from the LCI that calls out, this is the property here, that calls that out as a town center. As you can see, both sides of Windward here are referred to as a town center. This is the Continuum development, the Windward Plaza Shopping Center, and then the applicant's office buildings are on the north side of that. And this development, again, refers to these two areas as town center. This is the subject property here, and adding housing to create the town center to add housing as well as retail and reimagined office. So getting into the applicant's site plan, so this is a survey of the site as it stands today. The two office buildings here, Morris Road and Old Morris Road, There is a lake feature here that represents a stormwater facility, and then the surface parking lot. So the traditional form of suburban office development. And this is what the applicant is proposing. Actually, before we get into the details, I just wanted to show the existing shopping center to the south and the future city park and the city of Milton property here. Oh, I'm sorry about that. And here's the more detailed plan here. So you can see in the surface parking lot portion of the property, a 110-unit condo building has been proposed here, pulled up to Morris Road with a 3-story parking deck on the south side of that condo building. The 2 existing office buildings, as you can see, are depicted to remain. 5,000 square feet in the ground floor of the northern office building would be converted to commercial use. There are currently 3 curb cuts along Morris Road providing access to the site today. The westernmost curb cut is located approximately here. That would be removed, obviously, with the condo building being added at this location, and then the landscape strip and sidewalk would be filled in that area. Curb cut on Old Morris Road would remain and serve the development. The applicant has also added sidewalks within this development, so what effectively was a drive aisle before will become a street with the adding of sidewalks along this vehicular way here. There are also sidewalks that have been added in to provide access to the office buildings as well as to the commercial here. The multi-use trail, so the LCI talked about both vehicular and pedestrian connection through the site to this site as well as the site to the south. The site to the south, the shopping center, does provide vehicular access and pedestrian connection up to this point to the property line. The applicant is proposing to separate the pedestrian connection and bring it around to the lake side of the building and then up to Morris Road. Typically, you would see a condition of zoning that would require a pedestrian crosswalk across Morris Road. However, the jurisdictional boundary does end on the south side of Morris Road, so we wouldn't be able to provide impact fee credits for that improvement across Morris Road. The hope would be that City of Milton would extend to make that connection. They are showing 10 feet. We are recommending a condition that would require a 12-foot multi-use trail along the west side of the condo building. The parking deck, 3-level parking deck, has approximately 210 parking spaces. The access is from the main drive aisle running through the development. There will be an additional 612 surface parking spaces on the property. The UDC requirements would require a total of 811 parking spaces for the proposed development, and that does include a shared parking reduction. The applicant did provide a parking study with their application showing that the 3 uses, the office, the for-sale condos, and the retail restaurant use would have parking demands at different times of the day. So the total provided parking on the site is 822 spaces, so they do exceed parking requirements. Open space provided on the plan, there's a total of 4.2, about 4.25 acres of open space. About 1.5 acres of that would be civic space open to the public. And then about just under 3 acres would be amenity open space for users of this site. It does comply with the MU zoning district. The civic space primarily consists of the trail connection on the west side of the condo building. The amenity space includes pool and amenity areas, courtyards, lobby amenity area, central amenity area, which is this former tree save area here. There's some condition of zoning that they would add some improvements within this area to amenitize that tree save area. Yards, balconies, landscaped areas, entry features, and outdoor seating areas also count toward amenity space. The natural tree save areas, let me go to the civil site plan real quick. I don't know if this shows up on the overhead very well, but there are some green clouded areas around the perimeter of the site. Those would be the natural tree areas that exist on the property, and those areas would largely be saved. The only exception would be for the installation of the multi-use trail. There would be some impacts to trees in this area, so they would work with the city arborist on that installation. And then the lake to the west is a master detention pond serving this area. So that would be how they're addressing stormwater. Applicant submitted a trip generation report as well as a traffic study. The combined uses would generate approximately 317 AM peak hour trips, 323 PM peak hour trips. But based on the current use of the property as office development, the applicant's proposal to add the 110 for-sale condo units would only increase the PM peak hour trips by 60 in the AM and 82 in the PM. They also did provide a traffic study. They analyzed 7 intersections, which included 3 of the proposed site driveways. The study concluded that no changes or improvements are required to the existing driveway configurations due to the impact of the site traffic, aside from closing the full access site driveway on Morris Road. And then we did send this request to Fulton County Schools. They estimated that 1 to 32 school-aged children could be generated for the 110 condominium units. All 3 schools that serve this area are shown to be below capacity. Show you some of the renderings that the applicant prepared. So this is a rendering looking at the condo building from Old Milton Parkway. So it does have a feel and look of a series of townhomes instead of an actual condo flat building. And then this is just another view. And then this just gives you a flavor for how the condo building lays out, as well as the parking deck and how the units would lay out. It's a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. Of course, we looked at the review criteria for the comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning, and variance. We believe the proposal is consistent with that Windward LCI, which envisions the property as part of town center development. Mixed use development is consistent with land use, housing, and economic development strategies in the 2040 comprehensive plan, which encourage mixed use patterns that create activity nodes within existing suburban office developments. Those strategies also talk about diversifying housing options and expanding missing middle housing choices. Condo is a product that we always try to get a developer to build, but we don't see a lot of condo development, so we feel like that is a choice that is not really available in the market, or very, there's not much of it available in the market. Also, the development would encourage investment in office districts with amenities that attract highly skilled employees. So those are those strategies in the comp plan that we believe that this development reinforces. Also noted that the proposed development would not have significant impact on public facilities and services. The city's, as it relates to the variances requested by the applicant, the city's MU zoning district, when it was created, did not contemplate the current the current issues in the office market in retrofitting and connecting existing developments to create mixed-use environments, which could occur on smaller properties than the minimum 25 acres that's required in the MU zoning district. The other part of their variance, reducing that minimum commercial percentage, the MU requires a minimum 10%. The applicant is proposing 1.5% here. However, the shopping center that is directly south of this development has almost 260,000 square feet of existing commercial uses in that Windward Plaza Shopping Center. So just like the Gathering or Morris Park development at the corner of Haynesbridge and Morrison Parkway, that was also another mixed use that rezoned to MU. They had 0% office within that development, and they requested a variance. And we supported that variance because of all the existing office in the North Winds area, as well as the office at Lakeview Park just to the south of that development. This is a similar situation. The applicant did provide a citizen participation report indicating that they received no public comments, and they received one public comment at the CZIM on November 12th with concerns over protecting the tree canopy. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request subject to 28 conditions. Condition 1 is a site plan specific condition rezoning the property to MU and tying it to the 11/5/25 site plan. Condition 2, the comprehensive land use plan designation shall be mixed use. Condition 3 is the max density. 4 is the architecture and materials, and that would be a final approval by DRB. Condition 5 identifies the development regulations, the 110 for sale condominiums, limiting the height of the building to no more than 3 stories, limiting the number, the minimum number of one-bedroom apartments to at least 30% of the units, and no more than 10% of the units being rented as stated in the condominium documents. 5B addresses retail restaurant, maximum 5,000 square feet in the ground floor of the office building, requiring outdoor seating and no drive-through restaurants. And then 5C addresses the remaining office development, just basically documenting the existing office as it stands today. Condition 6 are the uses that are listed that are allowed within the master plan. Condition 7 limits the retail uses that could be provided in that 5,000 square feet in the ground floor of the office building. So the reason for that is that those uses would support the office users of the site as well as the residential folks that are residing on the property. Condition 8, internal drive aisle shall be private. Condition 9, sidewalk along east side of condominium building shall connect to the public sidewalk along Morris Road. 10, minimum building setbacks and landscape strip shall be 10 feet on the side and rear property lines. 11, developers shall save trees as depicted on the applicant's site plan. There is a second sentence there that deals in references tree 2195. That is the tree in that tree save area. In that central tree save area, that goes back to when this was originally development, and just make sure that that tree is protected. Condition 12 addresses the open space and ties that to the site plan. Condition 13 requires that if any updates are needed to the traffic impact study at the time of the LDP, that those will be accommodated based on conversation between the developer and staff. Condition 14 requires that the condominium building shall address Morris Road with ground floor units having walkouts and defined front yards. Condition 15 requires pedestrian and bicycle connections throughout the development. 16, detention facility shall not be visible from the public right-of-way except for as a decorative water feature as approved by staff. Also, second sentence talks about adding a pond aerator to the lake / detention pond. 17 requires that the developer provide 2 original focal point features located at prominent locations within the development, and that would be final approval by the city's Cultural Arts Commission. And then we have some timing on when those would be installed. 18 corner of Morris Road and Old Morris Road shall be designed with a minimum 5,000 square foot open space. And there are some improvements for that area with final approval by DRB. Same thing at the project entrances off of Morris Road and Old Morris Road. A minimum amount of open space with improvements in those areas. The property already has a fairly nice look to it as it stands today with the landscaping and meandering sidewalks that were installed with the initial development. 20, developer shall remove westernmost existing driveway on Morris Road and shall extend the sidewalk to connect to the existing sidewalk. Same thing with the landscape strip that would be extended in that area. 21, provide detailed street planning for Morris Road and Old Morris Road. Landscape plan shall be approved by DRB. 22 addresses the public access easement and construction of the 12-foot multi-use trail on the west side of the condo building. Again, that was a significant project identified in the Windward LCI. So you'll see that condition matches up with the multi-use trail conditions that we typically would associate with the Alpha Loop. The retaining walls shall receive architectural facade treatment or be heavily landscaped. Retaining walls visible from developed areas exceeding 16 feet in height shall be terraced. 24 requires that the developer provide bicycle racks, benches, trash receptacles, decorative crosswalks, planters, kiosks, and other street furniture throughout the development, as well as bicycle facilities. 25, 26, and 27, 28 really deal with when this is reviewed at LDP or when it goes to DRB that we're documenting so that we can keep track. This one, these are typical conditions that would be associated with a mixed-use development. However, we suspect that most of this development would be done in one phase, whereas most of our mixed-use developments sometimes have multiple phases. But this is just to help document so that we can keep track of the requirements that would be required for this mixed-use development. And that continued. The only other thing that I would say within that 26 talks about the back of house functions and making sure that those are screened. That concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Michael, for such a comprehensive job. Any questions?
Yeah. Ladies first.
Thank you. Michael, condition 22 that speaks to the trail, 12-foot concrete trail. I'm on page 2 because it's a long conditions, and I'm looking at the last sentence there. Property owner shall allow a future secondary trail connection at the south end of the lake to the multi-use trail for the properties to the west. Can you point out where that future connection?
Yeah, so that would be, so there would be a secondary trail connection that would connect into the properties to the west. So what we're just saying there, that they will allow for a connection up to their property line. That was what was intended there. I can show you that on the documents from the LCI as well, I believe. It may be a little difficult to see, but this is that green connection, or I'm sorry, the PED connection that's going through the shopping center and the office property. And you can see there's a little green connection here. That represents a secondary trail connection. I may not have the best exhibit to show that, but the purpose of that sentence was to allow for a future connection if these properties redeveloped or wanted to connect over to that trail.
The western side?
Yes.
Right, okay. Thank you. I wasn't clear about where that was. Number 9, sidewalk along the east side of the condo building shall connect to the public sidewalk along Morris Road. What width are we expecting there?
So they're showing they added in sidewalks along these old drive aisles that are now effectively serving as a street, functioning as a street. And so what I was referring to is there's a 5-foot sidewalk that's been added along the drive aisle, along the frontage of the parking deck and running along the front of the condo building. I just wanted to make sure that this sidewalk connected out to the Morris Road sidewalk. So really that refers to a connection in this vicinity. What that looks like, I don't know if they go directly out to the sidewalk or maybe they follow the parking and bring it out at the entrance here. But we just wanted to make sure that the sidewalk didn't just terminate at this location, that it connected to the sidewalk.
And we don't need to identify the width? Is that standard, 5 feet for the city?
They're proposing a 5-foot internal to the site, and we're fine with that.
And you're fine with that? Because it
Yeah.
doesn't say anything in the condition about the width. That's what my question
It's
is.
documented on their
On
civil
the site
site
plan?
plan.
Got it. Okay.
But if you want to document it in that condition, I don't think that would be any harm in doing that.
The site plan is really hard to read, so I probably missed it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I think that, just curious about the Windward Plaza. I understand what the support for the reduction in the commercial retail for this particular MU. I used to live over on that side of town. I don't live there any longer, so I'm not really familiar with how that plaza is doing from a retail perspective. So how is the vacancy right there? I mean, is it?
I don't know. I apologize. I should have probably looked into that information. I'm not aware that there's any kind of significant struggle in the vacancy at that shopping center. I've been over there a number of times. I don't recall seeing, a number of vacant spaces. It seems extremely busy when I've been in that area, but I don't have those numbers.
Is Wild Wings still there, or whatever that?
You do have that, and then you also have LA Fitness just invested in their property. They renovated it completely about 18 months ago. So you do have reinvestment in some of those retail units.
Following your point, however, I was just over there, and you have a vacant former H&H Gregg and another big box. There's a big chunk of one side of that development that is currently empty. So I echo the concern about tying the satisfaction of the requirement for commercial, for a mixed use, to a separate entity, that if it continues to have long-term vacancy, may choose to repurpose their property.
Michael, did they discuss the prices? And I realize there's 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom.
I don't recall having any conversation with the applicant, but I assume they're here.
I'll ask the applicant.
Yeah.
As well as what the monthly HOA is going to be? Because I will just, I mean, it's a leading question. It's an area that I am very good in. And so that's why I want to ask.
All right, any other questions?
George, this may be for you. Are we looking at the primary entryway and exit out of this going through the shopping center? I mean, with Morris Road, we've shut down. It's only right turn in, right turn out. So we can't go left or west on Morris Road without going down and doing a U-turn. And it seems like we're trying to make the primary entry and exit go through the commercial retail center if you're trying to get back to Windward Parkway. Is that what we're envisioning?
That is what was submitted in the analysis, yes, as a primary.
Is that a true road going through the commercial retail center there, or is it just a driveway that we're connecting to and we're going?
It's a road. I drove it
It
today.
is a road.
It's 2 lane, I mean, it's, yeah, both ways. But that's a really good, my concern is, it's kind of it's not ideal, but it is a 2-lane road, and you can maneuver through it pretty well. But when it comes up to this particular property, and again, I can't see it on the site plan, the road it's connected to shrinks down from what I'm seeing, and I don't know how wide it is, but it looks like that is becoming a more narrow road, and then we've also got surface parking along the right side of it there. So that's a little concerning to me because it looks like there'll be a tremendous amount of traffic coming up through there, and we've got sidewalks there. Do we have a crosswalk across there?
There's not a crosswalk depicted at this location, but it's certainly something that we...
There is a crosswalk depicted in the bend further north. In the
Right here.
northwest corner of the existing office.
Right.
To cross into the multifamily, yes.
So, but when you look at the multi-use trail that we've got behind the condo building, and it comes out, it kind of dead ends right into where that wide road kind of then reduces down. It just seems like and then we've got surface parking there, and we've got, I think it's 24 feet wide. I think I saw that. It feels to me like there's a lot going on there in a very condensed location. So we can talk with the applicant about it, but yeah, that's what I mean. It's hard to read, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the applicant can speak on behalf of those questions regarding their surveys and how they have designed and incorporated their access into the existing configurations.
Great.
All right, let's hear the applicant then, and we will probably have the questions.
Are you guys able to see the screen? Awesome. Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court, Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Thank you guys for letting us speak tonight. I know it's late. I'll try to be able to elaborate on everything about, the why. Why are we in here proposing this? A lot of different methods about kind of the approach and what's going on around it to be able to kind of talk about tonight as well as we look at it coming in. With me tonight is Henry Massey with McKinley. McKinley does, sorry, I have not seen that stop like that, so I got to pay attention to that. McKinley Homes does all different types of developments. I work on them. They have a lot of different developments basically all around. Right now, Peachtree Corners, Johns Creek, we have quite a few developments kind of all over the areas. And they've been pushing toward Alpharetta a lot. I've been kind of waiting for that. Is there a reason? Sorry about this. I had it like for 3 hours back there, like totally set up, and then okay. I think that can get it. And so McKinley Homes does everything from condos, multifamily, for sale towns, for sale single family, from attainable all the way to over $1 million. They kind of do everything. They're a private builder here in Atlanta. The owner, Jen, is really well capitalized in terms of the way he does projects. Their last condo project, they have one in Peachtree Corners. They have one in Midtown that was a 23-story tower. And so kind of one of the reasons we're looking at this, and like I said, in taking on, different cases, I try not to have anything coming in the city that has variances, that has land use amendments. But I do think if the LCI studies were done now, the way that it looks at this area, which I do think is right as a town center, I think that the land use would be a mixed use. And as far as the variances, I can kind of explain why those are necessary and the way we're approaching it and what they're doing for the site. If you're looking at it here, one of the reasons that this has become so viable, McKinley came in, purchased the 2 office buildings. They were really going in distress. They came in and purchased them. They're now pumping in about $3 million into renovating them. So a lot of this is already going on. And then what's happening that may not be seen is the Verizon campus is getting ready to be go through. It's already zoned T6 in Milton. It's going to be a major mixed use. This area right here is going to be an amphitheater, retail. It's going to have townhomes, all kind of like a rec center over here. Then you have the Milton Park, and they're going to connect across the street. And then you also have some mixed use up here with office. It's going to be reimagined as well with some additional items. And so it really brings, you know, kind of in forefront that this has a use for residential and a use for sale residential. And that was kind of the driving factors. And a lot of it you can't see today, but being able to walk across the street to that kind of future park and retail is very intriguing, as well as all of the retail that's through here. Usually when I drive through here, it looks really full. I don't know if you get over near LA Fitness if it starts trailing off, but a lot of the different uses we go to here, it always looks very full. And then LA Fitness is a huge driver for the project. And being able to put the trail in here and being able to have this trail that goes up, touches Morris, and once you're going to be able to go across with what's coming in the city of Milton, it's very exciting for this entire area and the way it sets up. From an access standpoint, the way we're looking at this, and maybe this is, let me make sure we get to this one, see if this is a little easier for you guys to see. So this is the plan that we're looking at. And so you have the 12-foot trail that's here. We're okay with the stipulating that any tie-in here is totally fine. You know, when you do access the property, it's very easy to come and go through here. This would be a 26-foot wide road. For the fire department, we need to get it up to 26. We would be fine taking out these parking spaces. I just kind of added some extra here just in case there was some extra visitor spots, but we can definitely make this just kind of a primary road. We were able to just kind of fit this into the fabric of the existing site. The buildings are really nice. This has a big central courtyard with a large tree. In taking out this access drive, because the way they're doing this across the street, it mostly is going to flow over here to Old Morris. Old Morris, we do have access over here that is direct access. You can get over here, you can go south, you can go north, either way that you're able to do that. And so being able to have where someone can come down Morris, take a right in or take a right out to move, or they can, you know, exit the site to the south and then exit over here. And then we also have the ability, we could easily punch out something else in this side if need be. But we felt like the way the circulation worked, with the way the site set up, worked really well with the site, with everything moving to the south, out to the east, and then also a couple into the north. Having all the sidewalks and everything that we have in here was a really big deal in terms of us being able to take what's already really nice for the site and then just try to add to it, make it a lot better. This is a 3-story building. We're not trying to bring in 4-story. We're not trying to really goose the density. It's 110 condo units at 3 stories, so they do look like more like a townhome facade, and we really want it to set on the lake. And so I have a Song Son here with me. He was the architect. He's with Smallwood. And so the building, if you just walk right outside, the apartment on the right, and the way those exit out to the sidewalk, that's kind of the same thing that this will happen out toward Morris as well as out to the 12-foot trail, as well as the design of the parking deck. You know, this is the guy that was doing that. So we took a lot of the flavor from what you see here in the kind of the downtown area for some of the design. And then as we go through the site, a couple of things to kind of look at for this is, you know, we looked at having, this is kind of I have an office over in one of our satellites in the Battery, and at the bottom of it, they put in basically like a sandwich shop and another little sundries in the bottom of the office. And with this having 207,000 square feet, and then the square feet of the residential, trying to get up to how much retail it takes at 10%, it just didn't feel like, you know, at least right now, that with all the other retail around this, that it would make sense to try to fit in that much more retail. So that was why we asked for this variance. It felt like this was the appropriate amount. The offices, they've gotten them up to close to 60% now and climbing. And so it's a really big repositioning, and the offices are something in their portfolio they want. And so this is a very different than what you're seeing. You're seeing so much being torn down. This is trying to add value and take a sea of parking. It is a sea of parking when you go out here, and really try to add something to it. But our mix is, it's very heavy office. We're almost 64% office with the 35% resi, and then the smaller percent retail. But we do think that retail will be great, something for the office in the future, because they can go just directly south or north into those developments to be able to see this. We're compliant on the open space. I was worried about that at first, because anytime you're taking something existing and bringing it forward and trying to work with it, that can be tough. But we're able to do that, take advantage of the lake, and even dress this up even more. We do have a stipulation, kind of like what we did at Kimball and North Point, to be able to make this a very nice corner here, so that can be a stipulation to also enhance further the way we're looking at doing that as well. Even with all this development, we still have a really large amount of parking that we have for the office, and it's very easy to access these offices in many different ways. So whether you're coming to the front or your employee coming to the back, the circulation works really well the way it is today. And so the way Song tried to lay this building in and design a building to meet the site, engage the lake, but also engage fitting in. So you're basically enclosing this kind of square, so it'll feel very nice with this huge oak tree kind of in the center here, the way that kind of sits up and feels for that. And so our mixture, we have 30% one bedrooms, the rest are two bedrooms. We do have ample parking for that, including some additional parking for overflow. Price points that we're looking at, we're trying to really hit that 4 number. We talked a lot about attainability, and I feel like a lot of times on some of the townhomes that we do in the city, that's like a 6 or 7, and we call it attainable. We're really trying to start in the 4s and to move up into the 5s, and hopefully not keep it and going any higher than that. But that's kind of the idea for this. It is a different type of product. I'm excited about it because I don't get to work on a ton of them, but this is in a really cool place, and what Milton's doing is really going to help drive the area as well. And so the combination of 2 great cities in this area, I think, is going to be pretty stellar with everything I know that is going on for this part of the area. As far as the HOA dues, we're just trying to estimate right now, but somewhere probably like $215 to $240 is kind of estimate that is being thought of right now, trying to end in that $2,000 to $2,500 a year type of area. That is kind of the estimate. We can probably crunch some numbers and be able to get back down and figure out what that is. But with that, this is also the first time I could say that we're agreeable with every staff condition. And so we didn't push back on any of the staff conditions at all. And so with that, I'd love your support and answer any questions you guys have.
You are right. Just about a few seconds, 10 minutes. We appreciate that. We appreciate your agreeing with all staff recommendations. Makes our job much, much easier. Any questions for the applicant?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I like the 400,000 price range. Did you do any, was the 215, 220, 250 a number that you've actually looked at, given the current condo market in the metro Atlanta area? I assume these are going to be 1,200 square feet, maybe 1,000?
That's right.
And you're going to be roughly half below what the market is?
So we didn't know the exact answer. We were just trying to crunch the numbers as best as Henry could, like really quickly. Full disclosure, it could be it could be 350. The great thing about this one that does make it a little more interesting is because the office takes up so much of the site and the maintenance responsibilities for a lot of the frontage. This is really kind of taking care of kind of the pool and a more minimal amount of grounds, because a 12-foot trail will be a split cost with the condo. And I do think compared to a lot of the condos that are, isolated and they're kind of sitting in their own and taking care of all their entrances and everything, it probably does have some ability to pull back some. But so we were trying to factor that in. You may be right; it might be a little bit more.
No, listen, I am all for affordable housing, and one of the things here in Alpharetta is live, work, play, and stay.
We would like our kids to be able to afford to live here.
Right.
And, you know, listen, if you could pull off 250, that would be extremely, because, I mean, you're looking at, in the condo market, you're looking at little to no down payment for most of them, unless it's an investment property. I love the 10% restriction on investment property. But I mean, you're still looking with, without the HOA, probably close to $3,100. So you're probably $3,400, which, given where rents are, that's not a bad gig. It is a bad gig if you start getting over $3,600, and now you've got to, trying to do the math. I mean, you're talking about people having to make 6 figures to qualify.
That's right. That's right. That was the reason we were trying to kind of.
No, but your explanation on the HOA, I don't know what it'd be. I definitely, I'm sure our council people are watching tonight, or will be. Get an answer on the HOA.
Okay.
All right, because that's, we need product in this price range. I will say that condos right now, from a lending standpoint, is tough. I don't care who you are. I mean, unless you're putting 20% down and you can pull off non-warrantable stuff, but the straight up Fannie Freddie stuff, I mean, not that you'll go for an FHA, but you know, that's something you know, to consider.
Yeah, we're definitely, it'll be curious. Actually, Warren, we know Warren really well, and he's got the condos on Brookside that are just down. They're more of like a stack, but I know they're above kind of this. We're curious kind of how those are going to start moving to see. This is a bit of a different style with the parking deck and everything, but yeah, we're definitely watching that too.
Any other questions?
Could you put up the site plan, the pretty color one? I want to make sure we'll do that last one, the one just, this one's pretty as well, but that one. I want to make sure I understand in the kind of the northwest corner, did you say that is a current curb cut that you're taking away to Morris?
It is. Yeah, there's 5 curb cuts.
So it's interesting because when I was there today, whoever made the comment about, I think it was Commissioner Mitchell, that you come up to Morris and to head back west on Morris, you have to go down and do the U-turn. And I actually did that today. I did that same exact thing.
And it's hard to go left.
Yeah. And so, and once again, this is not my sweet spot, but if I could wave a wand, that looks like there's no median there where if you wanted to come out and turn left on Morris, you could. And so, I don't know, if it were me, but it may be a dumb, tell me it's dumb, coming off that parking lot there for the multifamily, have a little road there. If there's already a road there, keep it there and let people turn left on Morris.
We can definitely look at it. It's the it's not the easiest left because you're going across 4 lanes.
It's a lot easier than going down and doing the U-turn that I almost got in an accident today. So George, but I'll yield. I mean, I'm just a regular old person, but.
So to take a step back and just reiterate what concerns you had, just to make sure I'm understanding your concerns.
So my concern, I relate to what Commissioner Richard first brought up about, you know, those of us that have lived in Alpharetta since 1990, we do everything we can possibly do to stay away from Windward Parkway. We do you know, right? I mean, in fact, that's what I did today. I actually came in off of Windward Parkway. I drove down that road, and you got the speed bumps that are very annoying. I guess that's part of the commercial thing. But then when I got in there and I didn't know how to get out, I did exactly what Commissioner Mitchell said. I came out, I guess, a little too far east, had to go down to, well, even before that, and did a U-turn to come back. Because I live in the city center, so I was trying to go West Side Parkway and take a right on Academy.
Right.
And so, and once again, did not want to go back to Windward Parkway because I know all about Windward Parkway. So I don't know, I mean, I'm sure
So
there.
I will say, on behalf of the city staff, we had received the site plan in the initial phases of the public hearing process with that curb cut shown as eliminated. And that is what was submitted as a part of the traffic study to identify the impacts the development will have on the roadway system with that proposed curb cut removed. So maybe the applicant's team could detail the intention or the reasoning for that. If you're talking about an existing intersection where you have to cross 2 lanes to make a left in addition to an existing median, you're effectively trying to make a left unsignalized without a traffic signal. So from a safety standpoint of things, that argument could be discussed. But again, that decision to close the curb cut was submitted to us initially, and it was evaluated as part of this application, so.
Okay.
If I could, following on this issue of entrances and exits and safety, I guess when I first looked over this site plan, did not even imagine that the primary entrance is the one going out through the Windward Plaza parking lot. That surprises me because I'm in there at least once a week. I honestly didn't think that was a road. I thought it was just the entrance to the shopping center. So I'm not even sure who maintains that, if it's a road, if it has a name. Is that, pardon me? Oh, it does, okay.
It's part of the master.
So if it's a city street, then they're maintaining it, but I have to tell you, it's a mess because there's an awful lot of cross traffic that is driving like they're in a parking lot.
Sure.
So that, I think, gives me pause about that supposition that that's your primary in and out. I honestly thought it was the right in, right out on Morris, and which is why I spent some time talking with George before the start of the hearing about what our future plans, given other developments that are going to happen along Morris, for anticipating the need to be able to get in and out of there more safely.
Yeah, I actually think that, as what's happening in Milton develops, I think that this Old Morris connection is going to become very much more primary. So we do have a connection out here. This is still a primary connection. You can come down, you can turn around in it. When you're here, you don't have super far between being able to see around this curve. And like I said, it's 2 lanes and a 3rd lane that is turning left with you.
A lot going on.
So it is pretty hairy doing that. So when we looked at the development, being able to have the south access as well and out to Old Morris and then the 2 up here, so that if you just had to go that way, at all times to get back left, then you could, because when you go this way, you can make a right and it's a little easier to get back that way, actually. So that was the way we'd kind of looked at it for the green space. I mean, we're happy to look at, bringing kind of a sliding a road in here. Maybe it's an out only or something. I mean, it could easily be a 2-way. But that was just the way we thought that it was a little bit safer in approaching it this way after we had kind of analyzed it and asked A&R to analyze it in their full traffic study.
I think the way
Right
you,
next door is staying, the parking lot across the street is staying in place, and they'll be using that drive cut, left or right.
It's they're going to be gone soon. Like once the master plan Milton's doing right now, that's Verizon is selling that whole campus, and so it's all changing, and that's driving.
I think
some
a
of-
median will go in where it's open space now?
I do think, I mean, when I've seen a plan for it, and the master entrance to the, what they're calling like the kind of assembly area, the retail, everything is at Old Morris. And so this other one is more secondary, so it wouldn't surprise me if the traffic volumes, they would want us to restrict that because of those issues crossing 4 lanes.
And I'm
with
sorry,
those
I didn't
lefts.
catch it. There's only a stop sign at Old Morris and Morris now. There's no traffic signal.
That's right. But I do believe in the future that potentially will change with what's coming. Because right now, the way Verizon Campus is set up, it's only servicing one small area, but once that becomes a main driver and they're gonna cross the creek and go to like a community building that will then cross Deerfield to the park that's on the arc. So there's just, I've seen the plans, you know, we're not, supposed to bring them out and talk to them, but I've seen the plans and so I know what's coming. So that was kind of how we had set it up based on some of that feedback.
Thank you.
Different topic, but connectivity to your trail, just the making it an amenity for condos, the office, activating it.
Right.
So right now you're protecting, I guess, the trees, woodlands, I saw as one of the notes. Is there anything else you're activating with or how you're tying it in to make that part of your revitalization of the office park?
Right, so what we're looking at is activating the lake and then having all the units, they come out, every ground floor unit onto that trail. So that's kind of a spur trail. So if you are in the retail, you know, it's a pathway for you to get up. There's been a lot of talk, even last month, we were talking about the whole Apple Loop and different trail connections. So we really just tried to take, you know, this trail and then add all these sidewalks on both sides so that the office and everything is a lot more connected.
So there are some sidewalks to tie in.
That's correct, all this. And the condition Michael was talking about where this would come out and go straight, we're definitely okay with that. That's what we would intend to do anyway, is to be able to take this straight up and connect to the sidewalk.
And then is that technically a public path at that point? Or
Yes, oh yes.
Parking wise, you could have some, we were talking about.
Yes, I mean, this is all open. It's
Public,
not, there's
okay.
nothing gated at all about this. And then this will be a public 5,000 square foot plaza over here as well.
And do we need, is there any signage that says that visitor parking or park specific space is what I'm getting at there? Thank you for your patience. You've been here a long time. So
No,
thank
no,
you
no,
very
all good.
much.
It's been since 6:30. It could have been nice if this whole area from Old Morris to Morris, Windward, and Deerfield was all planned together. This is done in isolation to fit into something that really needs to be redone, especially those box stores with a lot of parking space, because the front is doing fine, but those box stores are not, and they have a lot of space, parking. So this is going to be hidden in the back.
And that's what I was getting at is, do you have plans to activate for the public? Because to your point, there's going to be a lot more eyes here with the Milton master plan of B group development doing some stuff with the new park and just activating. You said you had a corner park there with the trail. Are you doing anything for visitor space for that public parking?
So because of the office is open, we're just thinking that it has so much extra that we were just thinking that that can be used, you know, for that activation. I mean, I honestly think on the weekends that Milton Park is going to be used. I mean, already some of this, the retail is overflow into here already, you know, on the weekends and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think the whole frontage where we address that frontage, you know, we're bringing that sidewalk across. The sidewalk today is really cool. It actually kind of curves going all the way down through there. And so I think if we connect that corner park, all the money they're putting into the offices and save that, kind of creating that square in here in the middle, that's kind of your activation. And then the trail, the 12-foot trail along the lake, I think will be a little eye-opening because I don't think people even notice it's a stormwater lake. And so I think that was the idea, is just to get everybody to Morris Road, have the entire frontage on Morris Road, and then also connect the retail back to it. Was kind of our master plan idea. And then just making sure we had sidewalks on the back of the building, the front of the building, and the front of all the offices and the back of the offices.
Thank you. And actually, this is more for George. In my earlier comment, sorry, and I'm looking at the site plan that shows the civic space and the open amenity space. That's the one I can blow up on my screen. It's got the lake in the blue. It's that's not it. It's got civic space in blue and open amenity in gold or yellow.
This one? This one?
Yeah, that'll work. So my question for George is, I think I heard you say that drive lane coming from Windward Plaza going north into this development will need to be 26 feet wide, is that what you said?
For fire.
I'm sorry?
For fire because of the height of the buildings.
Okay, so it says 24 on the site plan, but it'll be 26.
I just know that we're going to have to make it 26 on
Okay.
fire.
And so, based on the conversations that we've just been having about all the sort of activity that'll be, expected with this drive-through north, are you comfortable, George, with keeping those surface parking spaces in that 26-foot wide roadway?
I'm comfortable exploring alternatives with the applicant between now and council to look up some alternative schemas. If that's something, I'm more than happy to explore that with you guys.
Maybe they're parallel, a couple.
Either parallel, we could look at
So
alternatives
it's
for
more
diagonal.
street feeling. I get that comment. I totally
Yep,
get that.
okay. I appreciate that, thank you.
Right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? I don't see anyone in the public. So there's no point calling for public comment. So unless there are any other questions for the applicants, I'll turn this over to the board and you can continue asking questions if you like to. You can entertain a motion or further discussion of it, the application.
I am questioned out. I don't have any further questions. I really like the plan. And I'm excited, as a former resident of the Windward area, I'm excited to see something come in here and create a more vibrant environment. And that it's dovetailing with what Milton is doing across Morris Road, I think is really ideal. And I'm grateful that it supports the LCI that the city spent a lot of time developing a couple of years ago. So I'm really excited for you.
Thank you. I definitely think I think this is the next area from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
As an engineer, like just seeing it, I definitely think it's going to be cool.
Personally, I see this as a really great start. There are some things that I'd like to see buttoned up a little bit better. I'm actually rather concerned about treating the access through Windward Plaza as primary, because as I've said earlier, I'm in there quite often, and I find getting out through that road problematic because there's so much cross-street activity that is driving as if they're in a parking lot. They don't realize if that's a true street, that it is a street and have to treat it as such. I could find that as a source of frustration for residents trying to get in and out of there. I think it's going to end up being a big dissatisfier. Would really encourage pursuing other options for getting in and out of this development.
Okay.
Also, I recognize that especially when you're working across jurisdictions, Alpharetta and Milton and this LCI or overlay or whatever we're calling it, that you're basically stitching a quilt together. So you can't make all the parts work together at exactly the same time in exactly the same way. I very much hope that all the parts come together the way we're proposing, that all the development on the north side of Morris happens exactly as planned. To that end, I'm also concerned about making sure that all the potential traffic issues that all of that is going to generate are anticipated as much as possible. So it's probably not within your purview of this project, with the exception of the access through that shopping center. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
I'll share some thoughts. I think there's a lot to like with the plan. I like the conversion of the surface parking lot to the for-sale condos. I also like that product and the price point. I like our staff's collaboration with the city of Milton, and how this is part of the 2024 Windward LCI strategic plan. I like just the location and how it's adjacent to that Deerfield Lake Loop. And then a lot of focus on connectivity to office, to green space, between roads, to parks. I mentioned the thing about that curb cut, but I'm going to leave it to our traffic engineer, the applicant, potentially city council. If somebody can wave a wand, and I agree, it's not signalized, it is going across 4 lanes, but something tells me it's better to have it than not have it. But once again, that's just a regular old person's opinion, and I'll let the experts figure that out, but I'm in support of the project.
All right. Any?
I will offer a motion to approve CLUP-25-05-Z-25-18/V-25-32 McKinley Homes / Morse Road, subject to the 28 conditions as reviewed by Mr. Woodman.
I'll second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries, goes to council on the 23rd, March 23rd. Thank you. It's almost 11. You've been very patient, so go get some rest.
Yeah, I just have one thing. Okay, I just want to tell y'all, remind y'all about the comp plan public meetings that are coming up, March 10th and March 17th. I sent you an email. And I really need you to, if you can, tell your neighbors and friends and get the word out. Thank you.